find ourselves alone here, wanting to disappear, change our names, live on the sun, where every sound is clearer, burns a little deeper, and we're close enough, but your lucid touch evaporates. I open up my eyes, wake up dreaming through the days and sleepless nights. Your lucid touch evaporates. I open up my eyes, wake up dreaming through the days and sleepless nights.
Alright, everybody, welcome back to the Oceanic Esports Dota League Season 2. We're here in week number 2, and we've got some more great games for you. It's me and Danog. We are straight into the draft for No BKB versus ShadowNet. We don't have a webcam for Danog today, so we're just going to have to enjoy his smiling, static face. Yep.
Blame the hotel, that's all I gotta say. But that's not the important thing, I'm holding my sugar-free ice cream there. That's all well and good, but it's the draft that's the important thing, and we're right into it. They've been pretty fast with their picks already. YSIM Magnus coming out for ShadowNet, led by a previous Season 1 champion, Corrosive, up against No BKB, who've gone with the Tiny, led by Xavier.
Yeah, so from discussions last week, ShadowNet seemed like they've been one of the most active teams in terms of practice. They've only played the one series so far. They did dispatch Your Soul Is Mine pretty quickly last week.
Minutes or so, I think. 36 minutes, I think, the games took each, so...
Yeah, but they were over well before then, both games, but...
And No BKB on the other side, they came up against the Lord Boon's team, Ariochula, as well as C's Better, led by Silvos, and they took 1-1s in both of those series. So, I mean, it's not a horrible result. I think Ariochula are probably one of the stronger teams in the entire tournament. So I think having a 1-1 result there, I'm sure they might have been hoping to go for a 2-0 against C's Better, but... I think it was Andros' Marana that really pulled them out of a bit of a slump, and he went something like 13-3 and 18 on his position for Marana to really pull him across the line.
Yeah, for sure. Well, this game... So we've got the Magnus coming out again. It's been relatively popular. I think last week we saw them just playing it mid for Mellow. That was the where they ended up running it that time. The Wyvern has been very popular. In terms of the Oz support pool. Do you feel like Wyvern's in a good place in general at the moment?
And I feel like it's fine. It means that early on you can use the Winter's Curse to sort of set up fights. Even if you catch only a couple of people, it makes their play somewhat more predictable. And then you can have a Magnus that's gone a bit more of that right-click build, so you don't need the Blink Dagger to get an amazing RP off. You can just use the Winter's Curse as more of a setup as opposed to the actual, pick-off potential.
Yeah, I like this as a 1-2 punch. That the curse can, like, even if the curse isn't necessarily going to kill, if you find a good opportunity to cluster 3 heroes together, Magnus can skewer in or just walk up and then bomb the RP afterwards. They do have the Shadow Demon on No BKB, so they are going to have some defensive tools already, which I think is certainly very helpful. And we can't underrate the power of the Demonic Purge against the Magnus either, right? Being able to remove Empower constantly on whoever is very, very potent. So definitely looking out for that here. Lots of carry bans. Slark, PL, Ricky, Troll, PA, all getting removed, and no BKB, just gonna go for the Necrophos.
Do you reckon that I know Demonic Purge obviously is able to remove the Empower, but it's got such a long cooldown. Do you think that was the go instead of something, that has a bit of a shorter cooldown, like an Enchantress or an Oracle or something along those lines?
I think the continuous purge makes it that much better, and also just the way that we've been seeing this Magnus is a little bit more of a right-click oriented build, but I feel like Magnus he's pretty kiteable as melee cores go. And Demonic Purge is just like the be-all, end-all when it comes to kiting melee cores, right? You're just so sad. There's like almost nothing that you can do about it. So I think the Shadow Demon looks really good here. And it's also set them up to kind of go for this Necrophos pick without having to worry about the Shadow Demon being on the table, since Shadow Demon just gives Necrophos such a hard time.
Completely agree. I think with the Magnus as well, you're always going to get some semblance of farm if you're going to play it in at least that position 2 role, right? Like, there's not really too much that they can do to stop you, essentially, from doing that. I mean, you have a roamer in the form of Tiny that's going to be able to make some havoc happen, but you have to think about the conflicting role of what's going to happen in the side lanes if you're going to be doing that sort of thing.
Yeah. I wonder if do you think this Necrophos is heading mid in this spot? Is that I guess it's still relatively open. I was wondering if there was just some idea about, like, okay, the way that the Magnus plays mid is he spams the wave and he farms the side camps, right? And it's kind of the same story for the Necrophos, so it might just be hey, you're gonna trade a bunch of farm on the Magnus, we're gonna soak that up on our Necrophos and get him going nice and early.
Yeah, I think it's a viable option. You also have the fact that, Magnus, for all that he's great at with his Empower, just being able to clear things out really quickly and then rotate through the jungle to get a bit of that XP lead, just shove it underneath the tower. He still is somewhat abusable if you go something like, a Viper or a Huskar. It's going to make those timings a little bit slower to come up and just make his life a living hell. I'm a bit more interested about this Sand King, though. I mean, we've seen it rise a lot more to prominence. I think it's one of the most underrated heroes in this entire patch that we're looking at the moment, just because of the change to that Caustic Finale, having the max HP increased damage when it does eventually pop. So I'm interested to see if they're going to be playing it in the position 3 or 4, although we've been seeing it as a 3 a bit more often lately.
I feel like I like it a little bit more as a core at the moment compared to seeing it as a support. Just scales pretty well with farm, like you're saying, even more relevant now with, well, they could still buff Epicenter for sure, but it was definitely a nice start buffing up the Caustic and just making him all round a bit more useful, because Sandstorm and Burst Strike have always been amazing, right? And just kind of the other abilities that have lagged behind a little bit.
I mean, you just compare it to things like Epicenter with things like, the Rolling Thunder and the Dark Willow Ultimates, things, even Shadow Fiend, stuff that you can cancel out and it doesn't go on cooldown. Whereas Sand King, you're fully committed every single time. You basically need to play it perfectly to get maximum efficiency out of it. And honestly, I think these days the way to go with Epicenter is you don't get it until level 11, basically.
Man, I was about to say that I kind of liked this Drow pick. Like, it certainly looks good against the Necrophos and the Morphling, but then I'm looking at the Shadow Demon again, and I don't know, maybe it's not as bad as it used to be, but SD used to be amazing against Drow Ranger. It was just like, you just disrupt the Drow, and she's just gonna have a miserable time in the fight.
They do have a few ways to sort of jump in on those backlines as well, right? So a lot of this game is dependent on Drow's positioning. It's going to be more important than ever. And,
10 seconds
they're kind of lacking that a little bit on ShadowNet. They needed to rely on a bit more on
5
pickoffs as
seconds
opposed to just going in as a group and trying to take a full-on 5v5 team fight.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, they do have a lot of frontline with the Magnus and the Sand King, I imagine. Actually, I don't know. What have you been seeing with the Sand King? Are people mostly building tanky, or have we been seeing blink rushes? What's the status quo?
You see things like Veil, even things like Drums, just to make yourself a little bit more tanky so that you can be there on those front lines. But with this Magnus and the Sand King, especially with the Shadow Demon, do you really want to just be walking up into them? I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, that's true. I think you're probably going to need to bring that little bit of extra initiation power for the team. So the Mars ban, I guess that's still a little bit open-ended. We have seen some teams running it mid and whatnot, but I think that's mostly thinking that the Necro is going to be mid, I suppose, and then no BKB, still just looking for their offlane hero in this spot. What are you thinking?
What about like a Tusk?
Tusk 3?
ShadowNet. No, 4,
Oh.
and then have Sand King 3.
Yeah. I could definitely see that for ShadowNet. Really nothing wrong with getting the snowball save going. It's even more frontline. Yeah. Pretty good with the Sand King.
I think the ideal pickup for them, just because it is a boomer hero, as well as the fact that it's got, you know, the silences that they need, was the Earth Spirit. So some nice banning coming out there from no BKB to get rid of it in that second last ban.
Yeah. They do just get rid of the Rubik here in the last spot. I guess that would have been a little annoying. I suppose he's probably a bit better against Morphling now than he used to be with the percentage damage reduction, right? Instead of it being flat. That's maybe one of the circumstances where it's, well, certainly affects Morphling more than a lot of other heroes. Just gonna be a Clockwork. Okay.
I mean, that was the other option, right? Those are the 3 big position 4 initiators that you think of, right? Earth Spirit, Clockwork, and I feel like Clockwork isn't as good as, you know, the other 2 in this game in particular, just because there's not really anything that you're going to stop from casting, right? By getting it on someone and using the battery assault.
Yeah, and as much as you can be a nuisance for the Necrophos and stuff, the no BKB heroes are decent at dealing with the Clockwork. You can get a toss out of cogs, get a defensive disruption going. Morphling can just waveform. So we'll see how it goes. Clockwork is definitely on the stronger laning end of that spectrum that you were talking about. I guess like Shaker is the other one to bring up, but he's a little different from the Tusk, Clockwork, and Earth Spirit. And no BKB with very little time remaining are just going to go for the Quap with the last grab. So they are actually going for the triple ranged cores in this spot. And it is going to be just the Queen of Pain heading mid lane, it looks like.
I think it's just a comfort pick that they wanted to give through to Cozy. You know, if you've got that Queen of Pain there, similar to, you know, mentality with the puck, why not? You know, just pick it up. It's about enabling Bowser to have a decent game, but I feel like Xavier's going to try and go relatively greedy this time around as well. We'll have to see how Boomer chooses to rotate, if at any point, because if he does, you've already got the slow coming from the Frost Arrows. You've also got the Winter Wyvern with Arctic Burn and Splinter Blast. There's going to have a rough time, even on Necro, from getting away from any sorts of ganks.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. Oh, my Dota just crashed. I'm a little worried about this Necrophos's game in the off lane. We'll see. Maybe they can get something done with the Tiny and get some levels early on, but it just seems to me like the Drow should be pretty decent. Maybe pre-6 the Necro will be alright, but I feel like once you start getting a point up in the silence and, you know, you've got that little bit of extra damage coming through, it feels like it might be a bit tough for the Necrophos to sustain in the lane. But I guess we'll just have to see.
Even just like Drow 4, Wyvern 3 has a lot of kill potential, you know, or 3 in level 4. You know, you can put that 1 value point into the silence. You've got the extra damage from the Splinter Blast. It's 180, I believe, at level 2. So it's a lot that can go through the Ghost Shroud.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. And there's only so much the Tiny can do, right? Like, sure, you can run up and you can throw out an avalanche, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to peel when we're talking about all of these slows. And then also it just seems like Clockwork has the potential to completely come and terrorize the bottom lane, or terrorize the off lane if he wants to.
With Andros, though, like, do you really see him being the style to want to peel away from the Necro? Or, I mean, when I think of an Andros position 4, I think of one of the greediest things imaginable, right? Like, he's going to be wanting to look around the map and get pickoffs for the team, sure, but it's going to enable him to try and snowball and do his best to. I mean, they essentially play like 3.5 cores, essentially.
Yeah, he does definitely sell out his offlaner as
Prepare for battle.
as kind of the strategy. So we'll see. I think that's where this is maybe a little bit of a risk, taking something like the Necrophos as your position 3 if you're not really going to provide it with a whole lot of help. Because ideally, I guess he wants to win this lane early, get the Necrophos a little bit of a lead, and then be able to go and pressure elsewhere. But we'll see if that'll really be possible. Anything interesting starting item wise? Not really. Mellow with the looks like maybe just a cheeky ward here. We're thinking about it. Nothing else too crazy really going on.
30 seconds.
Looks like we do have maybe a little bit of an invade being sized up by ShadowNet. They've actually already got the clockwork here over at top. So I thought that this was going to be the play, but I didn't think it would be the play right from level 1, bringing the clockwork top to try and get some kills. But, you know, the Necrophos is certainly susceptible, so we'll just
It's the sort of thing the Crow's team does, you know, they try and do something that's a little bit unorthodox, and they're going to catch out Andros.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the toss skilled up, but there's no getting out of this for him. Can they? Oh, hello? Finish the kill? Tia?
Oh, you got to finish your food.
What is that? Did they just not? Had they not decided who they wanted to take the kill? Like, that is not.
I think
good.
they decided that Tien had to get it, right? But Kuro was trying to be the good pos 5 and, you know, give it away. But you know,
Yeah,
there is
just
such a thing as too selfless.
Yep, gotta keep hitting. Well, there you go. He's all right. They are not gonna let Xavier into the lane right away, but they also have to get this under control. So Tien trying to deny hard. It's not even that far back towards the tower here. Andrew's already coming in with a couple of punches. Xavier probably has the sense that the clockwork is still up here, but they get the toss back on Kuro. That's some nice damage to start this off. So really not the way that ShadowNet were expecting the early part of this lane to go.
Yeah, they would have absolutely wanted to get at least one kill so far, and Andros, with those boots of speed, he was able to walk all the way back to the fountain after that attempted gank. He bought up, I believe, a mango and a clarity for himself, so he's going to be able to sustain just fine.
Yeah, and this is costing them elsewhere. Bowser's getting complete free farm, and Maris is actually getting completely zoned out of the lane here by Jiren.
Andros is in a little bit of trouble, though. They're diving in on him. He doesn't want to use the toss, and well, he's able to just survive one more time, but he doesn't have a salvo or anything like that that's going to be able to immediately go back to brawling.
Man, that Death Pulse heal I think may have saved him. Okay, so Boomer's now coming bottom. But Bowser still has the lane in a perfect spot. He's almost got a free level 3 out of this. This is a pretty dream start as far as he's concerned. And Sentry already coming down, so Bowser already able to start putting the hurt onto the Sand King.
Does this hurt?
You are too
Wouldn't be
noisy
Osdo
to
without a
live.
pause.
Nope.
What the f just happened? Holy moly!
And a reconnect. Okay, well, we'll just have to... Man, I think this really hurts. I mean, as much as it's only 2 minutes in, I think this really hurts the trajectory of the game for ShadowNet, because so much of their playmaking potential is tied up in their offlane, right? With the Clockwork and the Sand King. Like, the Drow Range is not really going to rotate to make plays early on, at least not with that setup. The Wyvern, maybe you get 6 and you can go do something. And from what I've seen, the playstyle for this mid Magnus is very passive, very farm-oriented. So, yeah, this is a little troubling.
That being said, I feel like he's had a decent time so far. You know, he's got a good amount of last hits. It's going to become much more difficult now that the Quap's hit level 3, so that level 2 Shadow Strike's going to start coming out and really push him out of the lane. But he's got the potential, now that he's reached level 3 as well, to rotate through, at least take that small camp in the meantime.
Yeah, but I just don't think he's going to be... Well, first blood at bottom. Alright.
That's the downside of weaving them down all this time. You know, Baosu had the last hit lead. You only got one last hit on Six Amaris so far, and he's died.
Yeah, definitely not ideal at all. They did manage to deward the sentry, so got rid of that for a little bit later on. But yeah, Sixer is still level 1. Boomers managed to snag level 2 off of those creeps underneath the tower. But they really do have to respect the, the damage potential of the Morphling and the Shadow Demon while they're down here.
That was pretty important, even the fact that Jiren was able to grab that kill for himself. Now he's got the boots of speed coming out to him, and suddenly the clockwork kill potential isn't quite so serious for him. Morphling can always just waveform out of it, but he's a bit more susceptible.
Bit of damage on Xavier up top. Alright, Andros runs forward with the toss back. Kuro keeping the pressure going. They do have the Avalanche, a little bit more damage, running forward with the Death Pulse. Nice Splinter Blast. Andros still quite a long time until he has a toss back off cooldown. And Tien actually gets the auto attack off onto Xavier. Will not be able to finish him off, and there will be a salve coming through. But tons of pressure from the Drow lane.
I wonder how Six's game is going to evolve here in this particular matchup, because typically he's pretty good in the laning stage, but if there is a weakness that he has, action happening on top side actually.
Yep. Oh, one dead. Just going to be a support trade so far. Xavier's still running forward. I don't know who that actually really favors in the end. Did anyone manage to shop before they died? And what, the kills were both for the cores. So probably relatively even, maybe I would say favoring ShadowNet just a little bit. 4 stacks on Sixer.
Yeah, it's not a great early game for him, and you know, typically, like I was saying before, he has a good laning stage, but then it feels like he drops off somewhat. He never seems to have that same level of farm that other positions 3s do. You know, he still has great impact in team fights, but it's just not quite the same as, you know, let's say something like a Xavier Pos 3 or you know, something like Endless or Calvin. You know, these sorts of heroes tend to come online and have a much greater impact in the later game with the pure farm that they're able to generate.
And where's Sixer going here? So he can't stack the waves. He could. Oh, mid lane. Solo kill for Cozy. Alright, I'm really T-tourising here, but Maris is still just getting stacked up. That's 4 now. I mean, does have a TP, but there is a Mango. Alright, here comes another stack. Dust. Tries to burrow strike his way through. Yet another stack. 7. How much damage are we looking at? 660s. Almost dead instantly. There's bounty runes getting grabbed elsewhere, but we're not going to pay attention to that. Can he finish him off with the auto attack? Yes, he can. Oh, no. Well,
Yeah, that's not great.
No. Definitely
He had to
not.
use his entire mana pool to do it, but, you know, Pos 3 getting bullied out by a Pos 5, never a good situation.
Yeah, I mean, he does not care. He just bought 3 mangoes and a clarity after that. So there you go. Xavier in trouble at top. Well, it's going to be brought down, in fact. They do get a toss. That's going to buy a little bit more space. Andros maybe putting his life on the line for this one. Xavier, you got to be careful. They're still going to keep looking for him. And yeah, there with the damage. Tien doesn't need to see you to finish you off.
A lonely death.
And the multi-shot gets him. Oh, no.
I think maybe just forgetting about the magic wand was the reason behind that, you know? He was able to use up, I believe it was around 10 charges and be perfectly fine. He wasn't going to die to a death pulse and a couple of right clicks.
Yeah. Well, okay, so bottom lane seems like a total win for no BKB. Top lane seeming like a very big win for ShadowNet. And at the moment, mid lane, you know, pretty much winning for no BKB as well, I would say. So, early game looking good. Man.
But you have to think, it's a Baosu game. And
Yeah.
typically, we see him perform quite poorly in lane, but then he comes back somehow and is able to salvage something out of it. But now that he's had a great game, does that mean the opposite's going to happen?
Oh, well, we'll see. Is that how the curse works? We'll just have to find out. At least Sixer's getting some experience under the tower now. I guess the gambit of double waving did work out a little bit, but, you know, Bowser's still denying super hard.
Went for the long play, and you know it has resulted in level 3 versus level 6. But like you're saying before, it is such value.
Yeah, I think he had to do something. He couldn't just let the lane sit where it was, because Bowser was always just going to static lane it into oblivion. So Mello just doing a little bit of jungling. They are giving mid lane over to Boomer so he can get some more levels. So the recovery plan for the off lane is already starting to take shape a little bit. Andros going towards Corrosive. They are going to get the toss. Cozy coming through now as well. They've got the Sonic Wave. Tien the first target. Kuro the second. Great rotation here from no BKB and easily going to get both kills.
And that's the value of picking that comfort hero for your mid laner, you know. Cozy might not have had the same level of confidence if it was on a hero that he doesn't always play, but he's able to grab... Oh no, Six dying again. Jiren is an absolute menace, just completely bodying him out of this lane.
Oh, and they're gonna... He's like gonna deny all these creeps on the way back as well. All this effort, all this damage. Oh, maybe even get a little stacky stack on the way. It's nice. Bowser just tanking tower. Finish it off. All right. We're gonna just switch it over to net worth at this point, I think, because laning stage is looking pretty over. Even just 8 minutes in, 3K lead in favor of no BKB.
Yeah, you're talking about stacks. I mean, we saw Jiren go for one there in the Radiant jungle. Doesn't look like Mello's had time to stack at all for himself, while Boomer's just sitting in that mid lane, just trying to get as much experience as he can and try and make an impact with his level 6 when that 10-minute mark hits.
Yeah, I think he did have a double over here or something, but yeah, there hasn't been a ton of stacking for the Magnus just yet. Let's find a little Royal Jelly, which is certainly going to be nice, especially over on the Drow. You're pretty mana hungry, and mana regen is nice because Frost Arrows does extra damage now. So the more you can use Frost Arrows, the faster you farm, if only just by a little bit.
Hasn't opted to go for the point in Gust either.
Jumping in, misses the Burrow Strike. All right, bit of an awkward rotation. I think they were hoping to find a Reaper Scythe. Here comes Boomer. He doesn't have the level 6 just yet. Xavier just going to stand his ground on top of the creep wave. And over at mid lane, Mello taking some damage here from Cozy. Everything's pretty much on cooldown. A couple more auto attacks. Another dagger, and here with the Scream should be enough to finish the kill. This Quap putting on a ton of pressure in the early game.
Doing absolutely everything that he needs to. I mean, the thing is, with ShadowNet, with this draft that they were going for, with the clockwork and obviously wanting to go for those early kills, it doesn't feel like a Sand King's really that one that can go ahead and cut the waves with maximum efficiency. You know, it's not like an Axe that can just go ahead and be totally fine with that.
A bit more battle up top. Boomer doesn't have TP for a little while. Corrosive doesn't have the mana. So Bowser's still hunting. Jiren keeps on finding him with this poison. Keeps on stacking up. We do get the Scythe coming through. Xavier wants that kill. They do get the silence. A little bit of trouble for Andros. Skewer through. RP comes out. Xavier, can he survive? He does have some heals to pop. But still chasing after the Shadow Demon here. Looks like he's going to survive. Will be Xavier who falls, and Tien will pick up a double kill. And now with the hook shot coming through, Boomer looking for a little more. Looks like Jiren should also be brought down.
Oh, Six is hungry for it. He just wants to take down that position 5 support that was just making his life hell. But it's going to go to Tien, and I think they're all going to be fine with that.
So they commit everybody to top on the side of ShadowNet, but they hold the tower. And they get some very nice kills. Baosu was, of course, farming all the while, but I think very necessary given where they were in the game.
Yeah, he was there around, just trying to make things happen here and there. I think Kuro did a really good job as well of being able to kite them around for so long with that Arctic Burn, just diving over the trees, making sure to get one stack up, keep them isolated above that tier 1 tower, and sort of pinch it in this small location, which is why that RP had such a big impact.
Okay, Baosu, well, he stacked these Ancients. Is he going to be the one to get the clear here? Just been trying to steal away. I think he was hoping to find some neutral items since they've only found the one for themselves so far. Haven't been doing a whole lot of jungling just yet. Man, we've already got a mech on this Necro.
Yeah, he's having a pretty decent time for himself. And, I mean, it's sitting as net worth really should be. You know, he's sitting in a comfortable third on his position, but way ahead of Sixer's Sand King.
Yeah. Poor old Sixer not having the best time. He's got a Bracer so far, and he's got a Trusty Shovel, so he's looking a little tankier, and they are just going to park him up here at top, soak some experience, and try and hold onto this tower as long as humanly possible. It does seem like they're stabilizing the game a little bit at this point. But we'll just have to see what happens once we, start getting the items up on the Quap. Get this Orchid online. And, of course, Morphling's still not really entering the game just yet either.
I think it's just the impact that not having that Sandstorm maxed out has, right? Like, when it was before only at level 2, it still got a 34-second cooldown, but now it's down at 22 seconds. He's able to spam it out a little bit more liberally.
Rotation for mid. They get the hook shot in along with the silence trouble for Baosu. Looking like he might just be brought down. Can he start morphing? Press the button, Baosu. He's living. They do get a nice curse out, and here comes the RP from Mello, stacking everybody up. How many more kills can they get? Bowser's still living, gets the skewer backwards. They are going to end up losing the Shadow Demon. Waveform is off cooldown. Oh, such a nice combo from ShadowNet. That's
Really
what we were
coming well
talking
together. Great team comms coming through. Baosu, I think he saved his morph until he was actually mid waveform, not wanting to opt to put it off straight away. He got silenced before he was able to get it off with that great initiation coming through, but it cost the rest of his team wanting to commit to try and save him.
Yeah, his team kind of got dragged into a weird spot. It seemed like they were just set up. I think Andros and Jiren were over here, and then Bowser's like under the tower, and he gets gone on, and they're both like, oh no, we have to go save him. They all get dragged into here. He waveforms across, big curse, and the rest is history. So,
I mean, Kuro got the kill on Andros with that great 4-man curse, but that wasn't really, like we were talking about before in the drafting stage, the intention for it, right? Like, pickoffs are great, but it's the setup for the RP, especially when you're going this right-click build, you know. You can see he's going for the Blink Dagger eventually, once he's got that Echo Saber picked up, but it's just about accelerating your farm.
yeah, and with that, they've brought the lead down to about 1k. It really seemed like it was going to be a big timing for no BKB, and I think the fact that they've got this mech picked up on the Necrophos and they haven't been able to go and group up and take another one of these tier 1 towers has got to be pretty frustrating for them. Baosu is up here at top now and putting a little bit more damage, but they really wanted that mid tier 1.
Now, the thing that I'm really looking at here is what is the warding situation like? What sort of vision do both teams have? And you can see Jiren, he's holding on to 2 observer wards, and they've got this relatively safe one, just protecting Baosu somewhat. But throughout the rest of the map, there's not really anything there, and that's resulted in the fact that Kuro has been able to stack up multiple camps within the jungle near the dire outposts. So if they're not careful, they're just going to be quickly picked up here by Tien or Mello, and it's going to bring that net worth back even further in ShadowNet's favor.
Combo Boomer at bottom. He's pretty tanky, and Mello's coming in to help out. Mello did just clear out the Ancients as well. That Baosu, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he ended up stacking one more time. And they're still looking for a little more. It looks like it's just the bounties here to be grabbed. Rosie blinking forward, and it does seem like ShadowNet gonna get at least the one up top here.
I'll take that.
Well, at least it gets Baosu like that that finder's fee from stacking the camp, right? When it does get cleared, so
Right.
it's a little bit of efficiency there.
It's the next level. You know when somebody's in the tri-camp. Someone's farming there, guys. We can take a 4v5. Actually, does it work for enemies, or is it only for...
Pretty sure it does. I've had it happen to me
Okay.
before. Changed it, but it was at one point.
Yeah.
Alright, so a little bit more of a quiet patch happening here, but it's not going to last for long. These rotations are coming up towards the top side, and they go on Baosu.
Yeah, alright. Epi getting channeled. Here we go. Damage. They are going to bring him down. They didn't
Well,
actually even use the epicenter damage, but there you go. Just nicely done by ShadowNet. Bowser not respecting them enough.
I mean, that's exactly the type of thing that you want to use your epicenter for. Guaranteed damage that's going to be coming through. I mean, if...
It didn't even go off,
maybe.
right? 'Cause he started channeling
it
too
did,
late.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, maybe. He
No,
just wanted to
I'm
get-
pretty sure he interrupted it because he knew that he had to stun instantly as the curse was ending. Otherwise, he was going to start morphing. So,
True.
yeah, I don't think it went off.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But Burrow Strike plus Sandstorm is plenty of damage. So they
Radiant's bottom
make a little bit of a go here. Cozy also making the rotation up. They do have the Orchid, so So good damage, but Sixer's still pretty tanky, and he's going to be looking for a burst strike. If he survives, Baosu nicely done with the two-man burst strike. He's still going to get locked down, being pretty greedy with the morph thus far. Does finish off the one kill. Cozy comes back in, but now Boomer's found him. And Blink on cooldown for a little bit. Mellow looking for the RP. That's going to finish that kill. Baosu's still fighting. I think he's got another burst strike available, perhaps. Double kill so far. Reaper Scythe brings down one more. Xavier looking for Kuro in the trees. Baosu's still man fighting, and Mellow cannot do it. Didn't have enough left to tank, and it will be a 4-for-2 exchange in favor of no BKB.
It just shows the difference in being able to take a fight when you know that Winter's Curse is off cooldown. They don't have that amazing setup when they don't have the maneuverability items just yet on ShadowNet. Even that RP, even though, you know, it did finish off the kill with the damage, that's not what you want to use it for, right? You want to be able to patch out the Morphling, most importantly.
Yeah, the Morphling is a real terror at the moment. Still, I think could be a little further ahead than he is, especially with the awkward way that those last couple of fights maybe played out, but still very farmed. Tien just kind of farming away. Does have the full Hurricane Pike now, so it's certainly going to be helpful. And I believe that they brought down the mid-tier 1 tower while that was happening as well. So, somewhat of a trade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So I wonder if they're going to just sit back and try and farm a little bit, satisfied with the fact that, well, honestly, I think no BKB should be trying to make another play happen right away, right? They saw that RP was used in that fight, so even though they've got the Winter's Curse, they don't have the amazing setup for it just yet. He's very close to getting the BKB for that.
Dunk reveal at mid. Gonna go for Kuro first. Sonic Wave coming through. Nice two-man burrow strike. Here comes the epicenter. They do get a good interrupt. Shadow Demon gets the work done. Cozy gonna survive, courtesy of the haste. Andros in a little bit more trouble. Baosu coming forward. Needs to be careful. He's already morphing some strength. Maris kind of low on HP, and Jiren really wants to force this. Going to keep on walking forward. They're going on Boomer on the side. Not sure if he's the best target. Andros coming back in. Tien does get the Hurricane Pike off. That's going to keep him alive a little longer, and Sixer puts his life on the line just to keep the Drow alive. It's working. For now, Tien still
know where he is,
careful. Yeah, they're still chasing after him. And Andros with another blink finds him, gets the avalanche off, not quite able to use the toss. Gonna keep on chasing Mellow, trying to keep him alive. Nice curse. Good damage from Baosu. That's just gonna clean up Xavier. Here comes the RP afterwards. Good defensive disruption, but they've chased a little bit too far. And now Tien can turn with the damage. At least he's got the morph off. Baosu just gonna try for the TP out. Skewer to interrupt. Disruption still on cooldown for the time being. Nice waveform. Puts him in the fog. And, well, Mello still got his number. Baosu almost dead. Had the Manta off cooldown, but couldn't press it in time. And Boomer finishes him off. Oh, no. No BKB. Too much chase.
Committing a little bit too far. I thought it might have gone a completely different direction when Tien was actually quite out of position, and Andros was able to get a nice toss back off and put him right in the middle of a team fight. But Tien, great use of the Hurricane Pike to get on the other side of the tier 1 tower, use that high ground to his full advantage, and we just saw again the power of the Winter's Curse to be able to completely turn around a team fight.
And you look at the damage output as well. The Drow does a ridiculous amount when she's able to just stand there and auto attack away, get the multi shut off consistently. They really needed to kill off Tien faster at the beginning of that fight.
He's playing quite well this game, Tien. You know, other than that missed first blood at the very top, but I think other than that, you know, he hit a 3-man gust even in that team fight to make sure that they weren't able to immediately chase after him, and plus the knockback is always really useful as well. And he's at the top of the net worth.
Yeah, and like we said, you know, there is some jump, but it's also a good Drow game from the perspective of having the silence. There is a Manta and Guardian Greaves now over on the side of no BKB, so they do have some ways to kind of deal with it. Maris has recovered fairly nicely, has picked up some boots of travel now for himself, and this mid-tier 1 tower is still a bit of a problem for no BKB. They will manage to finish it off. Nice deny from Kuro. Silence onto the Necrophos. Does have the Greaves to get rid of pretty much everything there. Drow Ranger not quite brought down just yet. Scythe not going to be enough. Baosu morphing back into Agi. Needs to be careful. Baosu, what's going on here, buddy? Maris comes in. Epicenter not really doing a whole lot. Xavier still surviving. He's got heals for the team. It's 1 death so far. And Andros with another blink, looking for Tien one more time. And this time around, he does not have the pikes to get him out of there. Kuro just looking for a TP out. Will be able to escape. ShadowNet not really having all the numbers there. Mello is just pushing out bottom.
destruction.
Goes
I mean, imagine how different that's going to be if you have Mello there, right? For that entire time. You still got a 3-man curse off. Yes, Jiren was able to interrupt it, but as soon as that stops, then you can very easily get a team fight going more in your favor.
Yeah, I think they really do need to respect this this Tiny a little more. And they're coming in kind of looking for a fight. Drow's still dead for 15 seconds.
I don't know about this.
Smoked. What can he find? RP catches out all three pretty much perfectly, but where's the damage? They need the follow-up. They do manage to bring down Cozy. Burst Strike brings down one more Baosu. Can he escape? Heads over the cogs. Gonna Manta pretty much immediately. And Jiren, knowing that there might be another blink coming soon, just gonna go for the disruption on Mello and make sure that Baosu escapes. Oh, that RP. I did not think it was gonna get all three of them, but great positioning from Mello.
I was thinking it might grab all three, but I was like, where else is the damage going to come from? Like you as well, right? Like, they didn't have Epicenter, they didn't have Winter's Curse for the follow-up. Maybe just the fact that they had the freshly picked up Spirit Vessel was the thing that they had going in their favor, and forcing Baosu to have to use that Manta style to take it off.
Yeah, and they... Oh, I guess the mag, when he gets to sit there and hit, does do a decent amount of damage at this point. He's got the 20 damage talent, he's got the 10 strength talent. So Mello is hitting pretty hard. And lead is actually continuing to grow in ShadowNet's favor. About 5k now. Kuro getting fairly close to a blink. We have that vessel that we were talking about earlier. Maris is just going back for a pipe. And Tien just going to go for a BKB, which is certainly going to help the situation with all of these tossbacks and everything else that's been happening.
A little bit surprised with how this game's been going thus far for Cozy. It's
Toss back on Mello, he's pretty tanky. He's got the Essence Ring, brings them up to Tien, who's got the damage now. Curse to control Jiren. They're going to drop the scythe to try and bring down this Magnus, but he's not dead yet, and Boomer comes in, locking down Xavier. Can't get the spells off. Andros will be next to fall, invading the enemy tri-camp. Just not working out, and Cozy goes chasing after the mag. Does manage to bring him down with the Sonic Wave, at least. And should be able to get out of here. Does Kuro have his number? He doesn't have an interrupt currently. Curse has already been used, so... Well, they got the mag kill in the end, but not the way that they were hoping that was going to go.
No, Kuro's playing a fantastic game so far. Just getting great curses off in the middle of team fights there, using it even though it's not going to be the most flashy sort of thing just to take a Shadow Demon out of a fight. It's so integral to being able to just cut off an entire area to try and pincer in.
Yeah, he stopped the... Not only did he stop the Shadow Demon getting in and providing some more catch, he also stopped the Morphling from coming in and putting in a little bit more damage. So, definitely a big play. And this kind of snowball from no BKB just hasn't really materialized. I would say that on paper that they should be winning a lot of these team fights, but I think often just kind of overextending or getting dragged into kind of awkward positions. Maybe I think they need to try and find the supports, especially Kuro first, but not going to be easy when he's got a blink. He's just going to hang all the way back.
Feels like this has been like the game of baits, like Kuro baits them in with the positioning to try and fight in an area that's a bit more, has a few more choke points so that they can use the area of effect abilities. And then on no BKB side, they're using Baosu as the bait, realizing that yes, he's died a couple of times and they're still going to want to go for that sort of thing. And so maybe put him in on the front lines and then have us counter initiate based off that. And that's really been the team fights that they've been winning.
Yeah, I think we've also seen no BKB really struggle to use the Reaper Scythe effectively. You would think that, they've got Shadow Demon and they've got all this burst damage, that the Scythe should really be no problem. But it feels like a lot of the time we're just seeing either a Burrow Strike or a Cogs or something interrupt that follow-up damage from happening, and then they're not getting that immediate pick-off right at the very start of the team fight that they're kind of hoping for. So.
Yeah. And now Cozy's got the Heaven's Halberd though, so we'll see if that changes it, because it felt like his item progression was seriously stalled for a long period of time. So Drow Ranger does have the BKB, so as long as she gets that off in time, she's not going to be affected by the disarm. And actually Mello's picked his up as well. He's had some really nice item progression.
Yeah, they've got 2 BKBs and they've got a double damage on the Drow currently, so great time to fight. Not a ton of vision for them currently, so Maris is going to force in bottom lane a little bit. They're anticipating that there might be some kind of a reaction there. But in fact, we've got another smoke coming out from no BKB, and they're kind of making exactly the same move, just heading over into the enemy jungle. So it looks like neither team going to end up finding anything here, really.
Yeah, they've got the right idea for where Baosu is because they could see the Manta illusions that were pushing out the bottom lanes, so they knew that he wasn't too far away, but just not wanting to commit up onto that high ground where no BKB did have the superior vision.
Is there even going to be a trade here? ShadowNet do have all of their TPs available. They're going to send in Maris first. Cozy's going to go looking for him. Do they have any detection for him here? Burst Strike coming through. Corrosive, the next one on the scene. Epicenter coming out. Cozy blinks in deeper. Tien's going to go looking for him. They get the silence. That might just be the death of the Quap instantly. Oh, they really wanted to punish that TP in, but now it looks like they're just going to get cleaned up on the way out. Boomer lands the hook shot on his turn. Bastard just heads bottom, and again, just bleeding more kills on the side of no BKB.
Not quite so ideal. That's a really nice pickup with the Paladin Sword that Andros has just been able to grab from that camp right at the 27-minute mark. And well, the real question is, are they going to be able to take this Roshan quick enough? I think it looks like they will, just with Tien being able to sit back with his insane amount of farm. And they're not going to be wanting to buy back with Cozy just yet to be able to contest this.
No, looking like they should be pretty much completely free. They've still got their 2 10-second BKBs. And yeah, fight's looking a little rough. We do have this Ethereal Blade up on the Morphling, so you know there is still good kill potential here with the shotgun and the scythe. We're just gonna have to get that coordination, and you know, ShadowNet I think have a lot of wiggle room currently with the BKBs and the Aegis also being picked up.
Mm-hmm. Got a finished pipe coming out here for Xavier, so a little bit more sustain for the whole team. It enables that bait potential a little bit further, means that you don't necessarily need to use the Manta style straight away on Baosu. I think you need to be saving that for the Islands or the Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, he has fallen behind Sixer in terms of net worth now, so that early game kind of just got completely erased, right? Cozy was having such an amazing start, the safe lane was going really, really well, and Maris was completely in the bin, but he has managed to climb his way back out.
And you can see the role that he's playing as well, right? He's got the Boots of Travel, so he's just about shoving out these lanes, making sure that they don't have to worry about you know, the threat of being split pushed by this Baosu Morphling, and they can just stick together as 4. They're very, very strong. They know that they're the strongest team in the game right now. They've got Aegis, so they're not at threat of dying. And at the worst case, they've got Tien on the front lines, and then you can just TP in Sixer on the back lines and try and make something happen when it's an actual 5v5 situation.
Dire Scan gonna reveal what's going on over here. I mean, they've got a ward as well. He's gonna get quickly dewarded. And so, gotta be careful about chasing here. Rocket Flare's gonna reveal this movement, and Maris still just gonna go pressuring up on him. Is he actually gonna try and swipe this outpost? Looks like he is. Doesn't seem like there's gonna be any rebuttal, really.
How's that going to impact things? Man, Jiren's not even level 10 yet. Oh, that is rough.
Oh my god.
I mean, I've heard of selfless supports, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is another level, for sure. Level 9, and then the next lowest in the game is level 15 for Andros. He cracks level 10 now, so at least he's got double digits, but still. How much longer on this Aegis? So another couple minutes.
Still 2.5.
Yeah.
He'll be right. And he's gone for the cast range as well, as the same time as picking up his Aether Lens. So, you know, who knows, now might be the right time to try and catch them out where they're not quite expecting the Shadow Demon to have the impact from that range. Boom is just holding on to his Tomb of Knowledge right now.
Oh,
Who
yeah,
needs
what's up
it,
with that?
no?
Alright, there you go. It was just maybe busy having a chat with the team. Who knows? We still have yet to see these 10-second BKBs get popped. We do
Nice.
almost have the Ags on the Morphling, so what's the plan there? Is that just try and get Sand King?
Yeah, I'd say Sand King.
Tempted Skewer back, Mel a little bit off the money. Andrew's actually looking to make a fight out of this. When you get Ganon does have the Force Staff to get a little bit further away, but Tien's still there with the slows. They've got the defensive disruption, they've got Cogs waiting for him on the other side. Don't see Andros getting out of this one. It's just gonna be a free kill. Cozy lurking on the sidelines, but
First, you have to earn it.
It seems like right now they're just trying to delay things for as long as possible on no BKB. They don't want to fight into that Aegis. Xavier was in range to get the pipe or the Guardian Greaves off, but didn't want to reveal his position and just felt like Andros was a sacrificial lamb that had to be given away.
Yeah, it feels to me like
Radiant's middle tower.
there was no need to force that there, right? I guess he was thinking, okay, they've, you know, skewer's been used, maybe I can make something happen here, but it just didn't seem like a fight at all. Maybe getting a little antsy, feeling like his team should be able to fight, or that they should be stronger. Throw with the ward up on the high ground, Mello once again fishing for skewers.
Get away with the use of that Guardian Greaves, really useful for him. Kuro, he's just flying around, you know, trying to catch someone that might be trying to get the backstab in, but not going to be the case this time around. Only 25 seconds left until that Aegis is reclaimed, so they know to back off. And there's some few more items coming out. Yeah, it seems so. We've got a Gem of True Sight, so right now Kuro just wants to take full control over this map.
Man, we've got some big damage on this Drow. Has the Titan's Liver, has the Empower, has the Butterfly. Tien is hitting super hard. So they do have the Ags on the Morphling, so just gonna have to see what Baosu can do.
Alright, so they've got a really good read on the timings of that Aegis. So they know that this is the time to go. They've got the smoke pop, they've even just had the BKB picked up by Cozy, so this is the time to try and make something happen, but they just don't figure out where anyone is at this time.
Yeah, good defensive place for ShadowNet to be, right? They've got 4 people sitting over in the tri-camp area. They've got Sixer sitting over atop. He's got a buyback available, so they also know exactly what's going on here, and they're not going to give away anything really. So looks like we might just have a bit of a farm fest for a little longer until Roshan or something forces another engagement.
I am liking this this Shiva's guard that Mello is going. You know, it just enables them to chase down the heroes a lot more. Of course, now it's also got the reduction to lifesteal and regen coming through. The passive, you don't even need to hit the active for it to go off. So that Paladin sword is obviously going to be blunted a fair amount, and in combination with the Spirit Vessel that Boomer's got, he's still got 4 charges in it. It's going to make a lot of work happen.
Yeah, what item is going to get the healing reduction next? It's been passed around a little bit. Can we put it on Mjolnir? Is that the next home for?
Please no. It's got to be an underloved item for sure, right?
Right. What about Dagon? What if we put it on Dagon? Will that bring Dagon
Sure.
into relevance?
Sure, why not?
We want Maris. Seems to know something's going on here, but is that going to actually end up mattering for him? Baosu hunting. He does actually manage to dodge the E-Blade. So, no kill, and now we've got Boomer coming over, hooks in, gonna find the Shadow Demon first, Baosu with the damage, but this is a very tanky Clockwork, so he just keeps on running forward. They get the silence onto Baosu, he can't escape, he just gets cleaned up by Tien. And, well, now the tips come flying.
I told you, man. The good early game from Baosu
It's a
never
curse.
results in something good.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I'll take your tribute.
He's the definition of an anime protagonist. He needs that adversity, you know, to be able to open.
Right.
But
But it has to be adversity right at the beginning, right? It's not like EE. He can't be
Exactly.
He can't be back up against the wall 60 minutes into the game
No,
and
no.
bring
Radiant's
it
top
back.
tower is under attack.
More of a Naruto than a Sasuke, you know.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But man, even Boomer is playing really well. You know, getting these double hook shots, being able to interrupt the cores when they're trying to go in on his team as well. When they do try and get that initial burst initiation coming through with Andros, it doesn't feel like the supports are playing poorly on no BKB. It just feels like Kuro and Boom are playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, to me it feels like well, especially Andros too, they keep forcing things on the side of no BKB, and it is nice play from ShadowNet, but you know, they've got good defensive options among their 2 supports, and that's all they really just need to keep doing, right? Just keep their cores alive, put their bodies on the line to set up the team fights, and they've been doing fine after that. We still are just yet to see a fight that starts with ShadowNet being down a man, right? Like that's what this lineup from the BKB is supposed to do with Tiny and Necrophos and Queen of Pain, right? But it hasn't happened.
Well, I think the one that they did have it wasn't necessarily one man down, but it was Winter's Curse down, and they won that fight. You know, when they were able to take an engagement when they didn't have quite as many tools at their disposal. But since then, it just really hasn't happened. And I want to get your thoughts on this. What are your thoughts on a Drow getting a sheep stick like Tien's got queued up?
It used to be way crazier when it was still 50% CDR at 25. Now it's only the 30%, but still really nice. This hero is relatively mana hungry, like I was saying earlier. So I think it's good. I don't think he needs more damage is the main thing here, right? Like, you've already got so much with the Empower and everything else. And also, itemization for Drow is kind of weird because there aren't very many ways to itemize for multi-shot, because it's like only your base damage with no modifiers.
True.
So.
Oh, Timeless Relic, that's gonna be real handy.
Yep.
Leveler, oh man.
Yeah, they got some nice items so far, and I don't know. No BKB. Are they going to see any neutral creeps in the next few minutes? I'm not so sure.
Probably not. You've just got Sixer pushing in this bot side. He's having a great time. He's being still a little bit careful because they're all hemmed into their own base, so he doesn't know if there's a gank squad coming his way. I wonder if he's even just going to go for the full complement of tier 4 items, or if he's going to try and look to keep the lane pushed and eventually join his team.
So Mello's got he inherits the Titan Sliver now. Tien's got the leveler. They've got a double damage that just spawned and they've bottled up as well. And they still have these 10-second BKBs. They have not been forced to use the BKBs since they got them. Oh,
I'd really be tempted to give the Minotaur Horn over to Boomer, right? Like, it just enables him to really on those front lines.
Yeah, maybe. He is really tanky anyway, so...
Double damage.
Yeah, the Quickening Charm's pretty nice. Oh my god, the DD leveler. Making very quick work of
Smoke's
this.
coming through, though.
What are they gonna go for? Are they hoping for some kind of a
Radiant's
wraparound
middle
play?
tower
Andros
has
is
fallen.
not smoking. Comes to damage. Disruption goes out. What's that gonna do? It's decent at poking at the Drow a little bit.
My thanks.
Just giving Tien a little bit of a hard time.
But really, what's the risk of him doing this? He's able to just sit there with his double damage, with his team behind him. He's got the Empower, he's got the Leveler, he's got the Aegis. There's no risk of him dying right now.
Yep. Plus 394. Good stuff. A little bit more reasonable now, just plus 132. But really nothing changing for this bottom side, other than it's gonna take a little longer without the double damage. But I don't really think that's been too much of an obstacle. What can they do? Do they have to try for some kind of like toss back play or something? Bowser's just walking forward, does put down a little bit of damage. Shotgun's going both ways.
That's reflected right back into his face, and again, like, they've still got a minute and 40 seconds until this Aegis is gone, so they can slowly siege. Tien's even getting closer to that level 25, so it's going to be a lot more deadly.
They're trying, but the disruption comes out as well. Not the best coordination here from no BKB. Just clean up the illusions quickly. They are going to get the D ward as the gem finally gets brought in close enough. A little more damage on the Drow, but still got the heals. The only thing that we can really keep an eye on is that Roshan Aegis reclaim time. So they are starting to run a little low on that. Might want to force this on the next wave if they're going to. If they're going to take a fight.
I think this is the last wave that they're going to try and make something happen, you would think, on ShadowNet, right? They don't have the time to do it beyond that. They'll have about 30 seconds to be able to take a fight, and well, they don't have the greatest vision on their team. That's the only downside that I'm really seeing for them.
I think they can still fight without Aegis. The only risk is that no BKB have all 5 buybacks to put into this fight. So if you take an extended fight on this high ground, could end up getting traded a little bit because of that. They're going to go for the toss back here. They do get it. Tien not in the best position. A couple of auto attacks, does use the pike nicely. Can the Scythe finally finish him off? They do manage to bring him down with the Sonic Wave, but he's got life number 2 coming up soon. And Bowser getting skewered back into the team, tries to waveform away, gets immediately hexed up. Tien just standing his ground and delivering. They do manage to disable the passive. Does a little bit of work. Andros surviving a little longer. They need Bowser to reset. Xavier in here on the front lines. It's Kuro, of all people, picking up a double kill for now. And ShadowNet deciding that they want to keep going, looking for a little more. They know that it's going to take Baosu a second to get back onto the front lines. Cozy has already gone and interrupted the next wave, but backdoor protection still disabled for a while. Andros has come back in. Mello looking for the skewer, doesn't find it. Nice two-man burrow strike from Baosu. Here comes the lockdown. It's only Sixer so far. They're going to try and keep him alive. Cozy's standing here. Does get hexed up. They're up in Tian's face. He's actually going to be brought down slowly. Sixer still surviving for a little longer. They've lost the +5. Oh, and these cogs! Tian just laying down the damage. Makes his way into the tree line now. They're still hunting for him. Another bar strike. Can they finally finish him off? Mello comes back in. Doesn't have the RP anymore. Tian somehow still living through all of this. He's got another hex. Baosu can't do it. Triple kill for Mello. Buyback from Baosu now. Absolutely has to. They just couldn't kill the Drow Ranger.
I mean, you commit the Reaper Scythe onto him, you get that first life, but, you know, was that really the play? Can't you just try and play for a little bit longer gameplay, try and chase him out, try and catch a straggler, I suppose, but when you committed early, didn't work for him.
Yeah, maybe they needed to, like, just keep kiting the fight until the Aegis got reclaimed, and then bomb everything or something, but...
Yeah. Well, we've got that 30% cooldown reduction now that we were talking about. So 15-second cooldown on that Scythe of Ice is pretty scary.
Yep, it's pretty nice.
Well, it's still only 1 BKB usage as well. They're in a great spot.
Yeah,
right
I
now
mean,
on
they're
ShadowNet.
up 26k now. I think that's the other thing to keep in mind. You could actually remove the Drow from the game and they would still be ahead on net worth.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous. But I think Tian's cottoned on to just leaving the... Once you get the Hex, I think you can just leave Frost Arrows on and just take it as like a free, 20 damage all the time.
He's going for the Satanic next. He's just short of being able to have his buyback gold, but he should be able to farm that up quickly enough.
Man, Basu's being pretty aggro with the way that he's farming, given that he doesn't have buyback currently. And Mello looking to give him a little bit of a hard time here. Does get the Morph off. Can they actually finish Baosu off here? He silence for a while, X'd up. Does manage to get the E-Blade off. They're also catching Xavier on the other side. Here comes the Curse. He's pretty much morphed everything that he's got to give, and Sixer still has a Burrow Strike waiting for him. The lockdown continues. It's just too much damage. Baosu dead, and with that, I think no BKB's hopes in this game. Also done. GG gets called.
Yeah. I mean, even in that last fight, a little bit of odd decision-making coming through. The only one on their team that had buyback at that time was Cozy, and he just felt like he was abandoning his Morphling, You gotta be in there, you gotta be creating a little bit of havoc, and even if it only buys him a couple of seconds, that might be the difference in him being able to get away, but I think by that point it was a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, it was just... I kind of want to say, too many botched fights for no BKB, but I think it was also a lot of really nice fights for ShadowNet, right? You can frame it either way. But ShadowNet, they just weren't in a rush. They farmed up. The mag got pressured early on, got solo killed by Cozy in lane, but recovered just fine. Sixer also had a miserable start, seemed to recover just fine. No BKB, just not really able to carry out that little bit of an early game lead that they had.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong showing by ShadowNet. It goes to show that their at the moment unbeaten record wasn't any sort of fluke. It wasn't based off the quality of teams they were playing or anything like that, because no BKB, they're a solid side. And ShadowNet, they made them look a caliber less than what they actually are.
For sure. Well, we'll just have to see if they can turn things around a little bit in game number 2. I believe, are no BKB they're all draws so far, right? So
yeah.
It's only 2 series, but if they want to keep that trend going, they are going to have to win the next one. So we're going to head to a break, folks. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back here for game 2 in just a couple minutes.
dresses through the space in between our fingers. Never stop to wonder how we fall in place, but your lucid touch evaporates. I open up my eyes, wake up dreaming through the days and sleepless nights. Your lucid touch evaporates. I open up my eyes, wake up dreaming through the days and sleepless nights.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Oceanic Esports Dota League Season 2. We've got Game 2 of ShadowNet versus no BKB. Back on the mic with Danog. Danog, what do you want to see different this time around? Anything draft-wise?
Well, the only difference that we've seen so far is the Magnus being the second ban from no BKB instead of the Undying, I believe. So, ShadowNet going back to the pool with a Wyvern, completely fine. Kuro played a fantastic position 5 role that game, creating a lot of space for his team, great smoke timings, good warding, and yeah, those cursors were really on point. I think for no BKB, they just got to go back to what really works for them. You know, I don't think it's as far as the fact of, like, you know, the Andros position 4 Clinks that was popular for a very brief period of time, but I feel like heroes that he's most comfortable on. You know, the Pangolier position 4 I think can still work very well. Mirana position 4 still works really well. They've taken away the Tiny from them, so they're not going to be picking up that one again. Yeah, I mean, what else works really well with this Grimstroke? I mean, maybe a Slark or something like that might be something that they go back to the pool for, because, of course, it is one of Bausu's real strengths in playing that type of hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't think Andros is much when it comes to, like,
5 seconds
position
remaining.
4 Rubik or position 4 Lina, right? So those are kind of the ones that come to mind immediately with the Grimstroke. But you're right, he does tend to go for kind of the greedier or the slightly more unorthodox position.
Runner, that sort of thing. Ranger, those types of heroes.
Yeah. And no BKB already dipping their toes into the reserve time a little bit here. I think they'll probably be okay, but
I gotta say, no BKB, they got to get that banner working. You've got the SNET banner up on the top side, and it's looking nice. Good color scheme, nice design. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe that was what tipped it.
What's going on here? They're really okay.
Yeah, there we go. It's an anti-hero. They're like, come on, you can do it.
Yeah, that's definitely Andros here. So far, no real combo for the Grimstroke, but there is certainly still time. Spectre getting banned out, so I imagine we're gonna continue to see a lot of targeting of Bausu's hero pool over the next little bit. I do find it a little bit surprising that I feel like Cozy gets away without being targeted that much, you know, compared to how big his hero pool is. But maybe that just speaks to the fact that, you know, there are other people on no BKB that you have to worry about.
I mean, what else can we look to follow up with? We saw the Sand King was really effective on ShadowNet with 6 Samaris. Eventually, once he got past that horrible laning stage, but they've decided to get rid of it. And I think that's really good, because it's one of those heroes that combos together really nicely with the Mirana. You know, you've got the guaranteed stuff, which you can then combo into the arrow for some great kill potential.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're also looking at, like, banning out Mars here. In terms of the Grimstroke, I guess we can still look for some of the laning combinations, right? We could still be looking for a Slark or be looking for a Jug here, something to easily combo up with the Inkswell for some big kill potential.
Lifestealer even.
Yeah, Lifestealer can be okay. I think it already looks like not the best Lifestealer game in the world against the Wyvern, but certainly a possibility.
I reckon it's a Slark game.
Yeah, I think Slark looks good. Jug may be a little weird in the same way that the Lifestealer would be. And, well, as we say that, the Slark immediately gets banned out. So
Kuro and me, we got a mind meld going on, you know? It's that sort of thing. I mean, with a Jug, have you ever seen an Ags quite as busted as Jug's Ags is right now? Because I just feel like it's way too strong. Especially, I think if they reduced the cast range, it would be fine. But as it is right now, it just seems so crazy.
I mean, the initial Magnus Ags, when they first changed it to be Skewer, was a little redonk, right? Though I think people also realized that it got nerfed a little bit, and then people also realized over time, like, wait, maybe it isn't the Ags. Maybe this hero is just good now playing right click.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else.
5 seconds remaining.
What Ags are just too
I mean,
good.
Sven Ags is great right now.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but I don't know. I think Sven Ags is probably a little worse than Jug Ags, in my opinion, currently.
Yeah.
Okay, so that
Depends on the
Mars
game,
doesn't make it through.
Like Grimags can be busted if you pick it into the right types of heroes.
Right, right. But it's not like an every game
Yeah.
thing. I'm mostly thinking of ags that were so good that they became just mandatory purchases, or like the thing that you would just go for first, no matter what. I feel like we haven't had too many of those recently. As okay, ShadowNet going for the Earth Spirit, so somebody's getting bumped up to core among these three heroes. I imagine we're just looking at the Tiny for now, but you know, there's potential for the Earth Spirit and the Wyvern both to be core in the right situation.
10 seconds remaining.
I'd say it's more like yeah, Earth Spirit is definitely a boomer hero. It's one of
5
his strongest
seconds
ones in
remaining.
my mind, and he played a fantastic Clockwork that time. So if he says, I want to play this, I would say give it to him. So what are they going to go for now? You know, they've on no BKB. You've got the Slark taken away. Like we were saying, the Sven, the Jug, the Lifestealer, they're not fantastic against the Winter Wyvern and what he's able to do. And you can get kited around fairly easily by the Tiny as well as the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I'm not certain what the
your
best
game, maybe?
carry pick is here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really not sure. Nothing jumps out as being like ultra appealing. I don't know if maybe, you know, maybe PL is like okay, but I don't know if there's any particular incentive. But they might have to pick it without, or, you know, might have to pick their carry without getting any more information if they want to use their last pick for mid. So just gonna have to decide on something that seems good enough, that, or I guess pick an
Radiant
open-ended
team pick.
cozy hero. All right. They're gonna save that last pick for Baosu. It looks like they really want to give him the perfect matchups.
Again, give the comfort away to Cozy. He's able to get a good amount of farm. He's able to create some space, which I feel like they were lacking
10 seconds
somewhat.
remaining.
You know, Necro is one of those lane dominators, but you can't really toss it into a lane like you can
Radiant
the Sand
team
King, as
back.
we saw eventually, and he's going to be totally fine.
Oh man, this is a. I mean, I think their draft is looking a little weird, but I like this Abaddon pick a lot, actually. Just against the spear and against the arrow. Even just being able
10
to
seconds
like snap the
remaining.
dream coil and then just immediately shield that off
5
is
seconds
pretty
remaining.
pretty
Dire
nice.
team ban.
I think this is a 6er Abaddon.
And then what? I guess mellow, tiny, and just looking for
Yeah.
the I
The end
could
hero
see
to
it.
finish things up.
You know, I wouldn't hate. I don't know how
10
good it is, but
seconds
I wouldn't
remaining.
hate to see position 1 Abaddon either. I think that has some
5
potential.
seconds remaining.
So
I think it does. I haven't seen Tien do it too many
Radiant
times, though.
team ban.
yeah, I think that's the only thing. But to me, it makes sense to have the Abaddon be in that lane as well, just because, you know, your support can never really get going on. If there's ever a spear arrow combo that they're fishing for, you can always just shield.
10 seconds remaining.
So the real question here is, what carries are left in the game? Because they're just
5
getting banned out
seconds
left, right,
remaining.
and center right now.
There's like Troll, PL,
Jug Sven.
Jug, Sven, Wraith King. None. I'm going through this list and none of them are jumping out as being like, oh yeah, that's the carry here. Slark would have been sick if they'd been able to
Dire
get it,
team
but
ban.
not happening.
Oh, is there any more?
Yeah, I guess your mind does immediately go to like the stack-based carries as well, with like the Essence Shift and the Fury swipes against the Abaddon and the
Cold
Cold
Embrace as well.
Embrace. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, no, I'm down with the
Radiant
Phantom Lancer,
team
but I don't
pick.
know if it's ideal.
Ricky.
Yeah, Ricky's all right here. I think it makes I think they want something that maybe carries a little harder than Ricky, just based on having the Puck Mars as their other two cores.
10 seconds remaining.
So
Okay.
I don't know. What does
5
the Arc
seconds
Warden
remaining.
ban maybe hint at anything? I mean, it would normally hint at like, oh, Terrorblade or something, right? But they already banned it themselves, so I don't know.
Just a hero that you see playing that much. When I see a Arkwood man, I immediately think of people like Reverie, you know, ones that just play it very strongly and it's in their wheelhouse, so it's more of a respect ban as opposed to we want to pick a hero that's going to potentially get countered by it.
This is a very different look for ShadowNet this game versus the first game. I think they're really going to be pushing the tempo a lot.
10 seconds
You know,
remaining.
Abaddon Jug is a pretty formidable death ball. You aren't going
5
to get them
seconds
away from
remaining.
your tower just by spamming. You are actually going to have to fight them between the sustain of the Abaddon and the healing ward. You know, you can't just really, you can't push them back easily. So I guess split
And then-
pushing is the other option with the puck, but
And then conversely, you've got Kuro if he wants to on his Wyvern that can just sit behind a tower and use those Splinter Blasts to keep the lane pushed out for them. So you don't need to commit, you know, an Abaddon or anything like that to that lane. And it is just going to be the Phantom Lancer, so as expected.
yeah, I mean, it's not anything. It's not unexpected, but it also doesn't necessarily feel like a, oh wow, this is such an amazing Phantom Lancer game, right? It's pretty good. You can the Abaddon. The kinds of AoE that ShadowNet have are not necessarily the right kinds of AoE to like clear PL illusions super quickly, and you can soak up Omni Slash and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I think it should be pretty good. We'll just have to see how it all works out. And if the timings for the Phantom Lancer and everything are going to be okay in the face of what I think could be a very fast game plan from ShadowNet here, especially with the tiny mid, right? He's just going to get a blink and run at you. Abaddon's just going to get whatever utility item he feels his team needs, and they're going to run at you, be it a Vlad's, be it a Pipe, be it whatever. And I imagine the Jug this game... I don't even know if I want to see Battle Fury this game. I'm kind of just hoping to see, like, the...
Maelstrom, maybe?
Yeah, maybe your Phase Drums, Maelstrom, or... I don't know, even the, like, Phase, MOM, Deso, Ags, I think is not terrible.
I think if you're not going to go Maelstrom, I think you do have to go Maelstrom just because you are still against a PL, so you do need to deal with that in some capacity. You know, you would think by the point that he's got those first couple of items that PL will at least have a Diffusal Blade, and you, when you're going this, you know, the Death Ball more style of strat, then you don't want your mana to be completely purged off early on into the piece.
Right.
Prepare for battle.
But I think that if this game goes late enough, then I start to favor the PL, maybe no matter what. I guess it depends on how farmed the Jug is. But I think there's an opportunity here for ShadowNet to end this game in 25-30 minutes. If they choose to go that route. It just depends on how willing they are to kind of all in, right?
I agree, and I think honestly this game is going to be heavily dependent on Boomer, particularly pre-Manta style, with those silences that he's going to be able to get with the Geomagnetic Grip. I think that's going to be the real key point in trying to take down this PL.
Yep. Well, they're doing the same kind of thing again here, just starting Boomer off in the safe lane, leaving Maris kind of out on an island a little bit. Basu
30
does seem like he
seconds to
wants
battle.
to maybe invade, and actually we do have 3 heroes down here at bottom as well for no BKB, so let's see what's happening here. Do have to respect the spear into arrow as a big source of damage, so gonna have to be a little careful if you're down here contesting a ShadowNet. Boomer looking like maybe he wants to roll in from the high ground.
battle
Yeah, skills up the rolling boulder. Arrow, complete whiff from Andros. And Basu does actually manage to sneak in there and snipe away the bounty from Sixer. So there's going to be 3 for no BKB at the start of this game.
Nicely done by him. Not skilling any points just yet on Sixer. I don't want to reveal anything about what he might be going up against. That might influence the fact of when they're actually going to be making some sort of rotation from this bot side, because we've still got a try-v-try happening on the bottom side.
With the... So it used to be that Tiny was just like the counter to Puck because there was absolutely nothing that you could do, right? Like if you got Avatos comboed as Puck, you would just die. There was really no counterplay. Is that...
And trouble.
Yeah, a little bit of action at bottom. Spin coming through. Andros, they know that he's got the arrow, so no way to get out, and that's first blood for Tien. They do have another Stroke of Fate here. They miss on both the God's Rebuke and the Stroke of Fate, so Tien going to be just fine. Are they going to keep
Exactly
this
what you
try going? We'll just have to see.
Andros went for the arrow onto the range creep, but Tien actually, intentional or not, I'm not quite sure, put his body in the way and tanked it up. So they were forced to use the Stroke of Fate in that sort of manner just to make sure that they did secure the range creep. And the result was that they knew what they were up against and were able to make an aggressive move there onto Andy.
Yeah, once you commit your spells like that, they really don't have a whole lot else going on. We do have another range creep getting arrowed here, and Jiren already heading up the top now, so... just gonna go back to the standard 2-1-2 for the time being. Boomer's still hanging out down here, and they do almost have all level 2s on ShadowNet, so a little worrying if you're no BKB here. Might get gone on again. And yeah, Xavier having to respect them a little more. Tien gonna go for the hard deny, just try and keep the wave in position. Do land an arrow onto Kuro, but I don't think anything's really gonna come of it. And they're actually gonna go looking for Andros once again, still only level 1. Not gonna commit any further. They couldn't get the jug into position, but just completely zoning them out of the lane and letting Tien hold this right up underneath the tower where he wants it.
They really wanted to get that kill onto Andros before he reaches level 3. You know, Kuro again doing a nice body block onto that arrow, making sure he does it again. He doesn't want them getting any sort of farm, and they're doing a great job at blocking him out.
Yes, this is really annoying. And Sixer is getting pretty good experience up at top at the very least. Mid lane so far, a little bit of a win. Oh, yeah, once again. Andros. Oh, does get the... Is he dead? Hello? Is he dead? No. Looks like he's living. Needed one more auto attack to finish him off.
See, I can tell what's going through his mind right now. He wants to get that arrow onto the large camp and get the experience from it, but he was just waiting until the very last second, just in case Boomer was standing nearby, but no, he's going into the mid lane instead.
Boomer's here. Cozy, little jump away. That's just going to be enough. Wait, did he... he didn't have a salve or anything, right? Nothing got cancelled. It was just... he doesn't have anything currently. Oh, his bottle's already on the courier. Okay.
But with that, Andros is finally hit up onto his level 2, so he's going to be a lot less killable now in this bot lane if he chooses to go back.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to see if he... he's actually going to TP mid and go for the cheeky bottle refill here.
It's quite important. Typical with supports as well. It's happening on the top side with Boomer. He's just camping out this bottom rune, making sure that if it does spawn, there's not going to be some kind of rotation happening there. And this is quite aggressive coming through. Picking up the haste rune is Mellow.
Well, pretty important that he gets that, right? If it had spawned on the bottom side, he would have just had empty bottle. He did bring out a salve, so at least had something coming his way, but not a ridiculous amount. Sixer just ferrying out a couple of salves, really has been pressured a lot up here. But it's not like Baosu's farm is significantly better than Tien's or anything. They're both doing quite well in their respective safe lanes.
Being fairly equivalent. Again, Kuro is doing a great job on the spot.
Trying to get aggressive with the Ink Swell, but Baosu pops the Doppel. He's just taking too much damage. Well.
5-minute runes coming up, but importantly, unless Andros gives one of those mangoes over to Xavier, they're not really going to have any sort of fighting potential.
Yeah, nothing else. So Andros does block out the small camp here, goes for not a random arrow, just snipes out the range creep quickly. And it is going to be both mid laners grabbing bounties, it looks like.
Finally gets it. Like this sentry ward positioning by Kuro is completely denied out that hard camp, and it's made Andros much harder.
Yeah, trouble for Xavier as well, getting spun on. It isn't a level 3 spin just yet, but it's still going to be enough damage.
Accept your death.
Really needed I think even like the threat of the spear just to force Tien to spin a little earlier, maybe save you some damage, but just gonna be the jug just picking up a kill.
Denied.
From what I've seen on his streams, Andros is going to be fairly happy with this, though. He's just saying, great, I can finally have experience down here.
Yep, get some CS, get your arcane boots. Oh,
Sixer,
double
he's
for
not level 6 yet, yeah.
Yeah, almost dead. Can he get another shield off? They need one more touch. Bowser runs forward. The shield comes up at the last possible moment. Kuro looking for a bit of a turnaround. He does have the Arctic Burn, in fact. Gonna keep on chasing, and here comes Boomer.
Yeah.
Can they land the Boulder Smash? They're looking for it. They're actually instead gonna go for the kill. Here comes the Splitter Blast. Bowser runs straight into it. Sixer now continues to chase, and looks like they should both get cleaned up here. Bowser, I think, body blocking himself a little bit with the illusions, maybe, for that last touch. And it's gonna be a double kill for Captain Kuro.
In the meantime, they were able to get a solo kill there, I believe, with the puck taking out the Tiny. Actually, it might have been
Radiant's
through
bottom
Andros'
tower is
rotation that
under
were able to
attack.
make it happen. So things not going completely poorly for no BKB, but definitely have a ways to go if they're going to try and make this up. It's already a 900 gold lead for Tien if you're
Dire's
comparing him
middle
through to
tower is
Baosu.
under attack.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's got the Omni Slash already. Just kind of, I guess, looking for that opportunity down here at bottom, but without the help from the supports, really just has to play pretty defensively. Back in the lane. Mellow doesn't have any boots or anything just yet. Has opted for a lot of small items with both the Wraithband and the Bracer. And Cozy with the double nulls. I think having a pretty good time, able to keep on spamming this out. Does go forward pretty aggressively here. Now Mellow going to be looking for the Avatos, but doesn't quite manage to land the toss, and Andros fishing for an arrow, not going to land it. Boomer misses on the roll. The spell usage has not been the best here on the mid lane, and nobody going to be brought down.
It happens. Yeah. It was some good awareness there by Mello, realizing that, look, he's not going to go for this sort of play on his own. There has to be some sort of follow-up going with him. And Courage taking an entire creep wave for himself. Oh, not arrow.
Yeah, nice. They are going to snag the invis onto Cozy. Can they keep the damage going? They do have the orb in a second, but Boomer just rolls up onto the high ground, and he's going to be just fine.
Just happened.
Okay, Ring, that's nice. It's going to allow him to start spamming out those Avatos combos a whole lot more, especially with this slightly grittier build that Cozy's gone. No points in the phase shift, so might be a little bit.
Tien almost getting randomly arrowed there. And Tien has looked a little lost for the last couple of minutes, it has to be said. I feel like he was doing well initially, and his farm is still okay, but he has been spending a lot of time just wandering around. He tried to wander over to that rune fight, didn't really find anything. I think he really just wants to... Oh wait, when did... Hello?
He just TP'd top.
Yeah, but when did Omni Slash get used?
Good question. On a creep wave? Creep camp?
Yeah, I have no idea. Well, I saw him come over here. And I am not certain when that was, but never mind. We'll check the replay.
Dire's top tower is under
He is going
attack.
for that Battle Fury as well, so it's not going to be quite as quick a game as we were initially thinking, but still, I think they're going to be looking to up the tempo, finish it around 30 minutes if they can.
Kuro trying to escape. Gets a little further into the trees. Gonna try for the TP out. Do they have any way to interrupt this? Yes, they do, just in time with the arrow. Alright. And that should secure them this bottom tier 1 tower as well. Jiren trying to make the same kind of play up top. Hold on to the tier 1 as long as humanly possible.
Dire's top tower
As
is
the
under
position
attack.
5, but not going to be the easiest feat. Again, against the Healing Ward and everything. They do have a TP down bottom from Maris. Ultimate gets popped, and I think they're just going to go back in on him once again. Spear off cooldown in 2 seconds time. Andros jumping forward. Spear just needs to land, and that should be 100% free kill at this point. And they got one more shield to get through. Good damage, but still going to be the end of that. And Cozy with another
Radiant's
solo
middle
kill
tower is under attack.
at mid against the Mellow Tiny. Oh boy.
He's at the top of the net worth at this point, and when
Radiant's
you're comparing it
bottom
to this
tower is
Tiny, you
under
really want him
attack.
to be starting to try and snowball, make a lot of stuff happen, but it's this slightly more passive build, going the treads first, as opposed to just straight rushing to any sort of blink tag.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, I really wonder when he's going to be able to start coming back into the game a little more. Kuro's still really wanting to hold on to this bottom tier 1 tower. Xavier comes in, nice sidestep from Kuro. Bowser's still putting in the damage though. And there's going to be the kill. Boomer laying out with the magnetize. They have already used the doppelganger. And maybe the Earth Spirit can actually get this kill. Basu still got some stick charges. Gonna keep on fighting. They've got more rocks. Keep on refreshing the magnetize. Get another roll through, and Boomer will finally finish off that kill. And he's gonna get the tower denied here. Alright. Well, it cost them a lot of lives to do it, but pretty nice that they do get the deny in the end.
I mean, any situation where a support can pick off the position one is going to be a good one. And yeah, the deny was just the icing on the cake for that. I have to think, like, he's going into this diffusal blade, which of course is very obvious, but what's beyond that? Manta style coming through. Is he going to be able to pick it up quickly enough based off how the early game is going?
I mean, does PL even really have much build flexibility, right? You're pretty much always going to get diffusal into Manta. Maybe you can get Yasha first and then go diffusal if you're feeling a little spicy and you want to be a tiny bit greedier, but that's about it, right?
Just a little spicy, you know? If you feel yourself a little bit like, ooh, you know, I'll try something different.
Yeah, I've had a good early game. Maybe I can just sneak in this Yasha real fast. It's like that's a lot of carries. They only have like one build. You look at Terrablade as well. Spin comes out. Basu looking to escape backwards. They do already have some BOTs on this puck coming in here. I don't know if they were expecting this from Cozy. This is trouble. He does have a double damage. Hasn't opted to pop it. Andros looking for the arrow snipe. Tien dodges out of the way. They deal with the healing ward first. Basu's almost dead. Didn't have the doppelganger. Tien will be finished off by that double damage. Kuro trying to get the Winter's Curse out, but he gets silenced, and here comes the damage. Mello just going to keep on auto-attacking. The Avalanche is waiting there for Cozy as he comes back out. 2 for 2 so far. Big damage from this Earth Spirit. How many more rocks does he have? That's it, unfortunately for him. Andros still getting chased. Arrow out, 1 leap. That's all he has left. He's just getting earned into oblivion. Xavier trying to salve back up. Mello wants to keep the dive going. He's got his full combo available. Avalanche, a little bit of toss damage, but looks like that might be it for this top fight.
Yet your failing
Again, I talked about him needing to do it in the early stages of the game, and Boomer again showing why he was such an early pick throughout the entire OEDL draft. He's making a ton of stuff happen, creating a lot of space, and throughout that time, I believe Tien was just farming at a reasonable pace, at least after he died. Like, he was able to TP straight back to the lane. You're not dead for too long at this stage, and he's able to start to bring himself right back and cement himself as a stronger position than this PL.
Yeah, he is just that little bit further ahead, and the fact that it ended up being a carry for carry trade in the end, not really what no BKB were hoping for.
We were talking about, you know, what's the item progression going to be like? Are they going to go for some sort of team fight out? And of course, with the Jug going the Battle Fury, that's not going to be the case, and it is going to be the drums being picked up by Sixer, it seems, instead. So they still want to have that team fight potential, but just not on their position 1 carry.
Got some spam happening at mid. ShadowNet bringing a lot of people into position here, as we do have Basu trying to take away a little bit of farm from the Radiant jungle currently. Xavier just holding on the top. He does have a Blink Dagger queued up now, but it's going to be quite a while until he gets that. And Sixer just going for a lot of small items for the team. Just going to be picking up the drum and then going into a Vlad's after that.
Yeah. He's just got it, it's coming out to him right now. I think might have just been waiting for it to have a TP scroll as well. Yep. So
Dire's top tower
this
is
way,
under
you think he
attack.
might be wanting to join his team and go for that tier 1 mid.
Basu did end up going for the Yasha, so maybe, I don't know, maybe seeing that the Jug is going for this Battle Fury and thinking that this might just be a little bit more of a farm-oriented game. I'm still down with the idea of no BKB trying to take this later on, because I think 6-slotted PL is favored overall here. Oh, nice spear from Xavier. Gonna help keep him alive a little long. Do they have detection here? No.
It was in his back.
It seems a lifetime ago.
That's fine. I don't think they were really going in any sort of place to try and secure the end of that kill. They were going into a bit of uncharted territory.
Yes, especially after that spear pushed back Tien. I think that was probably the end of that. Mid tier 1 tower is very low, but Kuro still adamantly defending it for now. Mello has picked up his blink, so I imagine looking for a little bit of a smoke play perhaps. He is going to reveal the blink right away on this creep wave though, so It's not like no BKB are going to be caught completely unawares, but also it's 15 minutes in, so I think you're kind of expecting the Tiny to have the blink by this point. And he TP's top, but does immediately get spotted by this dire Observer Ward. So Cozy should be okay. Yep, just fine. Jump away.
That is what you sound like.
He might get caught by the second obs, though.
Yeah. The immediate chat will... Sure, it's nice for a little bit of bans. It does reveal that you have vision there, though, right? Like, I think that reaction was a little bit inhuman otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, he was already certainly on the... ready to try and make the defensive play. Let's see if he still gets caught anyway. Is he gonna take the... He's not taking the safest way around here, and might get caught. We'll have to see.
He's gone down onto the low ground. He should be fine. No real unorthodox wards just yet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Boomer is going to be playing point here, just on the front lines.
They're splitting up a little bit. So Kuro's kind of going top where Tien is, and the other two heading over towards mid. Mello still just looking for that positioning. Who's he going to go for first? It is just going to be the Grimstroke. Doesn't manage to pop immediately. He does get the Soul Bind out, and here comes the Dream Coil. Sixer not looking all that healthy. Arrows coming through. Does connect onto him. The spear misses from Xavier. That means Mello's going to survive a little longer, and the Curse can actually turn this fight around. They lose Andros immediately. Sixers looks like he might be brought down by the tower. Mello has used the full combo and will end up dropping in the end. Boomer still getting chased. There is a Yules available for Cozy, so Boomer can't just go for the immediate roll. Tien is also coming over here. Does have the Omni Slash. Have to respect that at least a little bit. Cozy with the Yules just trying to keep the Earth Spirit locked down here. Get the silence. Tien can't quite get the range. He's been slowed down a little bit. The illusion's still hitting him. Not really doing any damage at this stage. Cozy. Oh, one touch, but doesn't want to go for that kill. And that will just be the end of that fight. Just a 1-for-1.
Well, I'm still right with your point from before. I agree completely. Tien has felt a little bit lost in that, you know, in that team fight it felt like he was running back and forth, wasn't sure if he wanted to Omni Slash or not. Sure, he's picked up his BKB now and he's going to be able to deal with Bowser a little bit easier, but even just losing his healing ward for essentially nothing.
Yeah, it just doesn't really seem... I think on the one hand, he wants to get involved with his team and kind of get this, you know, this 5-man strat going. And really get some good use out of the Omni Slash, but on the other hand, he probably feels like, oh, well, if we're not getting a whole lot, I do need to be farming. And he's not hard committing one way or the other, right? I figured once the Battle Fury came out, he would just be hitting creeps the whole time until, like, he got 3 items or something, but it looks like he's still... I think he's got kind of 1 foot in each camp, and that's hurting his team overall a bit currently.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That was really nice, but he doesn't want to borrow of it. Sends it back to the shop. He's going to keep the poor man's shield just so he's not taking too much damage from the farming.
Yeah, I guess so. Is there anything... What else have they got? I guess they've still got a couple of other items to come, and Mello has taken the Imp Claw for the time being. Okay, Grove Bow... I guess not the best for them in this situation, but...
Wyvern will take it. Why not?
Yeah, I guess. If you don't really have anything else useful. Do you take the
Blink
Grove
Dagger
Bow
again,
over the... I guess it's pretty good on Wyvern. Avalanche not finding anything.
Dire's middle tower is
Okay,
under
so they're
attack.
bringing everyone to mid. This is what I was talking about, the siege with the Jug and the Abaddon. Sixer having to run backwards just so that he can get some healing ward for himself there.
I think this is fine, right? Normally you don't want to be giving PL too much time to just sit in a lane and farm away, but you've got a Battle Fury, so you're not worried about being out-farmed too much. Oh, they TP in.
Yeah, Tien not looking all that healthy here. They do get a curse out. He's still surviving. Can he get the Omni Slash off afterwards? No, he actually gets brought down before he can press the button. Sixer couldn't save him. Now Kuro's also dead. Boomer trying to escape from the arena, but he's not going to he's not going to get out of there. And Baosu with a triple kill, cleaning up this first fight. Sixer also getting chased. Alright, they've used the Yules on him. So they still have interrupts. I think they've still got enough. You won't be able to get the TP out. And another kill, another bounty. Great fight for no BKB.
The Dream Coil really allowing a lot of that to happen, and you know, they're chaining it together with the silence as well from the Phantom's Embrace. Some good team play from no BKB. I'm a little bit surprised that they were able to just be that aggressive and, you know, get something out of it.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that TN just got blown up without
Radiant's
getting to
middle
press
tower is
any
under
buttons at all, right? There was... I don't even know if he managed to get spin off. I guess he was hoping to maybe use the Omni, but just got nuked. So now a solid 2k behind Baosu on this Phantom Lancer.
It was a little bit odd, right? Because Baosu TP's in the second the tower is about to die as well. So they still end up losing a tier 1 tower as a result of that team fight. But, you know, at least they're able to turn around and get 4 kills for their trouble. And that was enough to pick him up his Manta style.
Yeah, and the team just like lost half of his HP to nukes before the fight even really started. It was certainly a weird one. Mello being a touch greedier here is going to be going back for the Echo Saber. So is going to be playing a little bit more of that right-click style. You know, maybe hoping for the Aghanims a little later on. And they might honestly have to play for a little bit more of the late game. I think the window has well and truly closed on ending this super early or anything like that.
I think the Echo Saber is a perfectly viable build this time around, just because he's got that M-Claw to play around, so it's going to be a ton of burst that you've got in additional to your Avatos combo.
Oh my god, we've already got an Ags on this puck?
Yeah, Cozy's going off.
Yeah, Cozy's popping off this game.
We'll highlight the importance even further of Six's positioning though, right? So even if you do get a snap, if he's in the position to use the Aphotic Shield, it's going to be fantastic.
That is where, you know, just the silences and the Yules and everything from Cozy are going to be very annoying. Not the best coordination there, but Kuro was pretty dead. Give him the arrow as well for good measure.
Give it to him. Well, we've got the mechanism here on Andros. He's 600 away from finishing up the Greaves as well, which is going to be real handy, particularly if he does get silenced up by the Earth Spirit in the beginning of these team fights.
Yeah, and just having the little... There's only so much damage currently on the ShadowNet side, so just having that little bit of extra sustain for your team going to be a pretty big deal. And this PL is starting to become a bit of a terror. You can see what he's doing. Maris currently forces out the ultimate. And Baosu is going to let him go, but no one can be near the Phantom Lancer currently. He is, well, tied for #1 on levels currently, pretty much far and away the #1 in the net worth, and even adds a Basher to his inventory now as well.
What's the level difference looking like? Oh, I mean, wow. This Cozy puck level 18 versus the 14 Tiny, that just goes to show the level of dominance that he was able to exert over that mid lane.
Yeah, and not only did he get ahead, you know, by killing Mello, but Tiny is such a momentum-based hero, right? So this Blink Dagger from the Tiny just feels like it hasn't really done anything, right? Normally you would expect, okay, Tiny Blink's gonna come out and he's gonna get a few free kills on these squishy supports before they can do anything about it, and it just hasn't really materialized this game, so...
Feels like you were saying before with some of the item usage on no BKB, but in terms of their pacing of the game, ShadowNet feel a little bit disconnected right now. You know, you've got this Juggernaut sit back and farm, whereas you've got this Tiny that wants to make stuff happen right now, and it just doesn't feel like they've got that right link.
Yeah, it does feel like they're not necessarily playing around their timings all that well. Xavier seems to suspect that something might be going on here, but doesn't really have his team behind him. He is pretty tanky with the Sange, so they're going to have to bomb some spells to get him down. They do get the full combo off. That's done by Mello, and with the auto attacks from TN, they finish it. But can they escape cleanly? That's going to be the question. Cozy's sends out the orb fishing. Does need to be careful. They spot the ward now in a second. So they're going to deal with that. The bounty's spawning up. Avatos combo on this puck. Can he survive? Gets the phase shift off. Actually going to drop the silence and the Dream Coil onto 3. But where is the follow-up? That's going to be the big question. Essence Ring getting popped. And with the Moonlight Shadow, looks like he is going to get out of there just fine.
On the Abyssal Blade here on Baosu, so very aggressive style, and it's a decent amount of farm to have at this point of the game as well.
Yeah, I don't think you should keep this push going for ShadowNet. Or if they do push, then no BKB. You got to take this fight, right? It's only 30 seconds until Dream Coil. You've got your Mars back up. They're making a dive under the tower, but here comes the rest of the team. And Andros survives. He gets the Guardian Greaves out. He's not done just yet. They are going to get a nice Omni Slash out, but it's getting split decently. Earth Spirit almost brought down. Sixer can't really keep the heals going. Tien just looking for the TP out. He does succeed, even with Bausu sitting there with the Basher. Mello is going to get speared back. Looks like he's going to be the next one to fall, getting all of his mana drained out before he even gets out of the stun duration. Bausu just cleaning house. It's actually Andros picking up the double kill. And they're looking for Kuro inside of the trees, but he's gone a little bit further up.
Well, the fact that they were still able to come out on top of that team fight with the tower surviving and without having the Dream Coil is just a huge win right now for the BKB.
I mean, they just can't do anything about Phantom Lancer at this point, right? He's too big.
It's not even the Phantom Lance that a lot of this damage is going to be coming from. You've got a Dagon that's about to be finished up here on Cozy, about 25 gold away. The Roshan kill will grab it for him, and he's going to hit his level 20 as well. So you would think it's that Waning Rift cooldown just to make sure that Kuro's life is hell.
Oh, Kuro coming over. Is this arrow also going to land? It will! Oh, that was so nice. All right. Nice little bit of team play there. And that is going to secure the Roshan. I think Kuro was just hoping for a snipe, realizing that they are in a pretty bad spot at this point. And yeah, now Bausu is going to have his full Abyssal Blade and an Aegis in just a second.
Yeah, Abyssal Blade, Aegis, level 20, Dagon completed by the Puck. He's even got the Paladin Sword as well, which is extra special.
Yeah, I don't know, Dan. Like, this game is looking like it might be... I think we're like 1 or 2 team fights away from Dunzo. There's just... Maybe they can get one more item up on the jug, but there's no item progression anywhere else on this ShadowNet side. Like, Tiny is just forever away from this Daedalus that he's got queued up. The Abaddon is... He's just going for a Hood currently.
It's a little aimless, you know? Like, it just doesn't feel like they're acting as one unit, whereas there's a bit more of a sense of that from no BKB. I don't think it's quite on the level of what we saw from ShadowNet in game number 1, but it certainly closed the gap in a significant manner. The real thing I want to look for is, you know, they're all kind of grouped up together with the exception of Jiren on the bottom side, and it's just hit that 27-minute mark. So are they going to try and go right now when they've got when they know Omni Slash is still on cooldown for about a minute's time, or are they going to get those neutral items and make sure they're able to just slowly take out these tier 2 towers?
I just don't think they're in any rush, right? They're in such a strong position that they could you know, go and just take tower after tower after tower, but I think they're also probably fine to get another item on the Phantom Lancer if they want.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tien just picking up a Basher.
Kuro, don't do this to me. You've got no neutral items. You've got a telescope at the base. Come on, man.
Yeah, what is going on?
Dire's bottom
I guess
tower
he's trying to
is
make the
under
calls
attack.
currently, but yeah, they definitely need
Radiant
this telescope
structures are fortified.
on this Winter Wyvern.
It's just so good.
Is T being top? Are they really interested in taking some kind of a fight here? I don't know if this is the plan. They're trying to hold their defensive spot on the Tri-Camp area, but I don't know how strong that position is. Bowser's coming over now. Cozy losing some life. They do get the curse out, but Boomer already dropping low. Can they finish off Cozy? They can't. He gets the Essence Ring off. He's still living, and here comes the damage. Bowser finds his first target. Boomer does actually manage to get the roll away. Bausu trying to run after him. Where's the damage, please, from this Phantom Lancer? Hello, Bausu. Can we find a target? Yes, we can. There's Sixer Maris. Does not have the ultimate any longer, so he's about to be brought down. Not the cleanest teamfight execution from the BKB, but still get the job done. And Tien just quickly trying to keep this push going, get them away from their tower. But they're chasing.
He's away straight away, so nicely done. Just delays it through that little bit longer. He got really unlucky with his Omni Slash bounces that time around. I think it only hit on to about 2 or 3 times, despite the fact that they were all clumped together in that one space. So yeah, there's a little bit of luck in Dota, unfortunately. But BKB, they're taking advantage of it.
Yep. Yeah, they're doing just fine for themselves, and they can just keep putting the pressure on. There's really no reason to slow down. Arrow is gonna connect onto Tien. Cozy jumps forward. Do they have any more follow-up damage? That's gonna be the question. Toss away to the creep wave. I'm not sure that's where he wants to be. Tien getting caught by the dream coil now. He snaps it. Can Sixer save him? That's gonna be the question. He does manage to get the shield up, but here comes Baosu. They're also trying with the cold embrace, everything to save Tien. He's still gonna get arrowed. He's still gonna be brought down. The fight continues. Corrosive's the next to fall. Boomer doing everything that he can with his limited supply of rocks. And they do get up inside the base, but Melo's not there just yet. Getting netted up by Xavier. Gets speared over, and that is going to be Andros. I don't know how he keeps getting these, but he is. They're even looking for more. Why not? Maris is the next on the chopping block, and he doesn't have his ult, so he's gone. Boomer escapes. Baosu wants him. We're not diving the fountain at this point, are we, Baosu? Hello? What are we
yes. He's got ages. He knows that he can.
What is good? He's dropping his Abyssal Blade. He's dropping his items. Kuro's trying to sneak out to steal them. All right. Well, is that just game?
I mean, I wonder what the team comps are like right now. Yeah, you'd have to think so. It's getting to that point, and I mean, they've got one more round of ultimates you would think to use right now on ShadowNet, but it's just going to be beating your head into the wall one more time.
Arrow sailing in. Baosu wants that kill. He's gonna get it. Melo also getting trapped inside the arena here. Buyback from Boomer. Baosu is still just an absolute meat grinder. 4-man Dream Coil. Baosu taking a little bit of damage. Does take a moment to reset. Going back in now. Do we have the Omni Slash? We do. Tien might be able to drop that out. Baosu still fighting. Gonna lose life number 1 in just a second. Keeping him alive for a moment. He's still got 1 minute remaining on the Aegis. He gets brought down. Arrow connecting onto Tien. Can they save him? No, they can't. Too much burst damage. Baosu's back to the world of the living. He's gonna keep on auto-attacking. They're just fountain farming at this point.
Yeah, this is it.
Baosu's going in. Just the 2 supports remaining. Baosu is tanking the fountain. Needs to get that off of his main hero. Hello, Baosu. Goodbye, Baosu. GG call.
I mean, that was a fun game. Let's say that much. But I just don't know where the same level of coordination was from ShadowNet that they had in game 1. Maybe other teams can study that sort of thing. Maybe it's just this one style of tempo that they've got, and if they don't really match that sort of thing, then that's where you can really get exploited.
Yeah, it was... Yeah, it just looked a little weird from ShadowNet. And I do have to give, I think, Cozy especially a lot of credit for his performance in this game. It's not like it was a free puck game necessarily, but he got solo kills on the Tiny. He really controlled the pace all the way through the early game, and then just made it super easy for Baosu to do what he needed to do. And you said...
It's another 1-1.
Yeah, it is going to be another 1-1 for no BKB. They keep the tradition alive.
Oh, man. Is it going to go like this throughout the entire season for them? Is it just going to be like 18-18 by the end of the season? Wouldn't surprise me.
Oh yeah, that would be that'd be funny. Could be a possibility. Yeah. Well, that wraps it up. Oh, sorry.
He's able to get only 3 deaths in a game where he's got that Mirana, so it's clearly one of the comfort heroes, and I think it'll jump up the ban priority order for teams in the future. But that's just the first series for today. We've got another one coming up.
Yeah, so we're gonna head to a break, guys. We've got Your Soul Is Mine versus Sincerely Fury as our next series. You don't want to miss it. Should be starting shortly, so we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes for that one. Welcome back, everybody, welcome back to some more Dota. We got some more OEDL Season 2 for you. We got me and Danog, and we've got Sincerely Fury versus Your Soul Is Mine as our next 2-game series. Any thoughts as we're just about to jump into the draft, Danog?
I don't know if it'll be in this series or not, although it might be, because when we do get into the draft, you'll see the players list that Sincerely Fury have. They've got Gorg this time around instead of Nova, one of their first picks in the draft. But Your Soul Is Mine, unfortunately, they're 0-4 up into this stage of the tournament. So maybe things just not clicking quite as well as they were hoping at the very start, but they've got some really solid high MMI players on their roster.
Yeah, it really just hasn't been working out. I think the drafting, to be honest, has been letting them down more than anything. And maybe that's a little bit of where you can see people that are really, really good in pubs maybe not having the same level of performance coming into these more organized games where your signature stuff is getting banned out and whatnot.
Do you feel like it's their draft, or do you feel like it's what they're potentially letting through and letting the other team have, or maybe even a combination of both?
I mean, I didn't watch their other series, but the one that I cast, I feel like their drafting just let them down a bit. Like they just they went for heroes that didn't really fit for the particular game, or it just seemed like they were kind of picking what they wanted to play more than having an overall strategy against the enemy draft, or trying to maneuver the draft in a particular way. We'll see. I think they are a team that could definitely continue to find their feet as the season goes on if they find some drafts that are working for them. But it's just going to be a question of how long that takes.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've got a good start here with the Bars Phoenix. Great combination together, both quite strong heroes, particularly the Phoenix in my eyes in this meta. And getting rid of the Doom, obviously just a very strong hero across the 2 and 3 positions. And the Tusk is something that Fury tends to go back to the well on fairly often. So I'm liking it so far.
Yeah, and the Doom is just an absolute must ban, right? I feel like everyone is kind of agreeing on that front. That there's no letting the Doom through. It's getting first phase banned pretty much every single time. The Train Protector has also been really popular as an early ban. I can totally understand why. It does feel like that hero is not ridiculous necessarily, but giving him back Leech Seed was pretty good. Like, he's pretty happy about that.
5 seconds.
I think it's still a value point.
Yeah.
It's not something that in my eyes you should be maxing out, or at the very least don't go no points in living armor, because 1 point in it is just so nice. That extra 5 armor in the early game can be the difference between a core dying and not. But I think it's such a high priority hero to have right now. The thing I'm most interested in seeing is, I feel like it's basically a foregone conclusion. Zelly's going to be playing 1, Fury's going to be playing 5. Jandal's probably going to be 2, although we saw Bronny substitute in for
10
him and
seconds
do a really good
remaining.
job in the mid lane in a previous series. So is it going to be
5
Bronny
seconds
4, where he's
remaining.
played in previous seasons, and Gorg 3, or are they going to try and keep the core mentality of Bronny relatively standard?
Right. I think they're just gonna put Gorgon as 4, to be honest. I know that I think his team has asked him to practice some of the like your Shaker 4 and stuff like that. So we'll
Dire
see if
team
that's
back.
coming out this game. Could certainly be an option given what they've got so far. The Oracle's not providing a ton of lockdown. The Quap's not really bringing a ton of initiation. So those are bases that they're still definitely going to have to cover moving deeper into the draft.
10 seconds.
Now, no
remaining.
flame, but I am seeing a lot of red with these support heroes on
5
Gorg's
seconds
profile.
remaining.
So
He's
we'll,
trying.
he's trying, the man is trying. It takes some work to get past, mid gyro and that mentality. Who knows? We could see the gyro come out.
Yeah, he's only got so much time to practice at the moment as well. He's another one of us no longer neats.
A wagey. He's a filthy wagey.
We're ragey wages.
They're not getting the neat bucks that they need to sustain the lifestyle,
All right, so Storm is the ban, and Sincerely Fury. What are they going to go for now? Are we going to
10
get to
seconds
see
remaining.
the Shaker? Show me the Gorg Shaker.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's do it. I mean, even like Clockwork looks all right this game. There's actually plenty of position
Radiant
4s that still look
team
good. Yeah, okay. So
I think Clockwork's.
just gonna go for the clock.
I mean, the Storm has to be a targeted ban towards F18, right? Like, I can't think of anything else. So is this going to be a Phoenix 5 then? Because I feel like Tiny works best in the 4 role.
Maybe. I guess it could still be Tiny mid. I feel like Phoenix 5
10
is not
seconds remaining.
that unreasonable. It's actually been done. I'd
5
say it's been done quite a
seconds
lot
remaining.
in Australia, especially, right? In OEDL, it's been pretty popular. Last
In
season
Australia.
as well.
And the Asian region in general, I feel like it's much more popular there than, let's say, Europe or North America. I just feel like, I don't know, especially when you've already got a Queen of Pain picked up this early on into the draft, I don't think you want to be laning a Tiny into that.
Yeah, that's true.
Radiant
Yeah, and I don't know if they
team
want to
back.
run anything else.
Anti-mage.
Well, here comes the anti-mage.
Save your anti-mage.
Yep, does seem to be it's the go-to for Your Soul Is Mine. This is one of these things that I was talking about. I think it looks pretty good this game, but it does feel like
10
one of those
seconds
picks
remaining.
where they've gone for it and it didn't necessarily fit the
5
game. They were
seconds
just
remaining.
going for like comfort picks. This time around it looks pretty good. I think the laning is decent against the Sand King. You've got some good Mana Void
Dire team
targets.
ban.
I certainly do not mind it.
And more importantly, you've got the rest of the lineup to be able to create space for you so that you are actually able to come online and have that impact as the game ticks on.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone else can just go run at the enemy, make space, do whatever they're going to do, and you can just hope that Anti-Mage is going
10 seconds
to
remaining.
carry you. Like Ricky's already been banned by
5
Sincerely
seconds
Fury.
remaining.
The Void's already been banned. So, in terms of carries that are going to give Anti-Mage that much grief, we are already starting to shrink the list a little bit.
I like a troll.
Yeah, I think a troll could be all right here for sure. Well, it's been banned, but I only just saw that it was banned.
I think it's a very smart ban, to be honest. Not too much in pool to be able to use for the mana void.
Radiant
You
team
can
back.
easily keep him rooted in place, give your team time to get that secondary stun perhaps, or the root coming through from the Oracle. So not going to deal with it this time. How's the jug? Your jug's not bad, honestly.
Also banned.
Oh, it's banned. Sorry.
10
Give me
seconds
another hero.
How about Earth Spirit? No.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah, okay, so Phantom Lancer gets banned out. Is Lycan a hero anymore? I feel like that's the other way to go against an AM, right? Is these heroes that just push the pace to a ridiculous degree and just try and end the game
10
before he can even
seconds
become
remaining.
remotely relevant. But
Zelly does like it
5
as well.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
otherwise, I guess there's like also there's a TB, but it doesn't look like a very good TB game.
No, not really.
So,
Dire team pick.
but I think it's got to be something that's gonna. They need a building hitter, for sure.
Yeah.
Currently,
It's
they're-
not like a lifesteal, is it?
Yeah, I guess it's like it's good against the Mars Phoenix Tiny. I don't think it's really particularly good against the AM.
10 seconds remaining.
It looks okay.
I don't think. Yeah, I think you just need to
5
try and bank on the
seconds
fact that it's
remaining.
good against like at least 3 of their heroes, right? And you're going to try and want to up the pace a little bit further. You can even use the Infest Bomb with a Clockwork. It is a tower hitter, fairly sustainable.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
It's just how do you ever kill this anti-mage? And you know that Your Soul is Mine. They also have a lot of pretty good split push potential, right? They've got the AM and the Ember. But man,
Now
Sincerely
select
Fury
your
just with the
heroes.
kind of the all in on the run at you, just gonna go
Hit
for the
Monkey.
Monkey King.
Maybe they're changing up the lanes. And it's
Interesting.
Sand King as well, played by Gorg. So maybe he will be playing a pos 3.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, that makes way more sense than having Sand King pause 4, but
Mm.
okay, and Savior is playing the
What is
Ember.
going on with these?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Are they trying to get the Ember away from the monkey? What is
Yes,
going
but-
on?
I don't know, man. Maybe once they saw the
Do we
Monkey
have
King,
memes about Zelly Quap? Just
potentially
there's-
get the clip button ready.
Yeah, get those get that previous season. Get your memes rolling, folks. Who you got, Danog?
Just because of the way that they've selected their who's playing who on Your Soul Is Mine, I'm gonna go with Sincerely Fury, just because I can't read it.
Right. Look, I'm confused about a lot of things, but I believe in the Jandal's Monkey King here, so that's what I'm going with. The monkey is, I guess, a little bit less of a cheesy laning hero now, and just I guess they made him weaker in lane but stronger overall. It feels like so.
Sure.
Well, we'll see if that ends up affecting things here too much. Okay, it does look like the Ember's still just going to end up going mid anyway, so make of that what you will.
Mm. I think it's fine.
There will be
Chandler's
screaming.
mid, and how's it looking for the side lane? Yeah, so it is Gorg playing the position 3 role. I feel like that fits his play style a little bit stronger. Like Bronny has played 4 in the past. Yes, he can play mid as well, but I feel like you just again need to give people the comfort that they're used to.
Well, we'll just have to see how Gorg does. Otherwise, we can, when we get him back on the mic next, we can just flame him. It's fine. Get your notebook ready. Any questions that you have, we'll bring them up next time.
So when did it all go wrong?
How did you feed 3 times in a row at bottom?
See, when I see Hahaguo, I see him as like either a position 1 or a position 4. But from this, it looks like he's playing 5. And F8 I think mid lane, and he's playing 4. And Wasabi, I think, pos 5, and he's playing off lane. So it's like, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's happening. I've played with Hahago in the past. He was playing 3 at the time. I think his 3 is pretty good, but yeah, this is definitely a slightly weird
There will be pain.
allocation.
There will be
We'll just have to see.
screaming.
F18 starting with no regen, just wants the boots.
Really wanted that sentry ward, and looks like he's going up here to try and place something, or he's got it locked in his inventory, just to keep them separate. Why not? He might run into Sincerely Fury here.
Just make him, feel like your inventory is not so empty. We can't get the toss, but is he still dead anyway? They ran forward so the toss didn't go anywhere. Trying to split up this damage a little bit, but still going to be Bronson grabbing the first blood. Well, and the tips fly. Alright. Psychological damage.
No. It's been inflicted. Oh, and even the spray on the ground as well by Bronny.
And they're going to invade. They want both of these bounty runes. And it does seem like they're going to get it. No real way to contest this if you're Wasabi and Hahagrao. So looks like just the one for HCW at bottom, and great start for Sincerely Fury.
Yep. My prediction is looking solid based off hero picks and that early game, but I don't know. It can go anywhere. These guys could surprise you on your Solar's Mind. That's the thing, right? I think it's great that we have more Chinese players being represented in the scene, and the big thing that sets them apart is that you don't quite have as much information on them as you might the people that you've always been playing against for years and years.
Yeah, I guess they're not, in some cases, not as prolific when it comes to the ranked pubs, so...
18 getting bullied a little bit, but Bronny and Fury don't quite have the damage to be able to chase him down.
Yeah. But, I mean, Bronny does also have the boots, so F18's gonna have to go all the way back to the tower here, unfortunately. What is Gorg doing down here? He actually opted for Caustic level 1.
Maybe seeing the sentry and opting to go for that instead.
Is he dead? I think he might be dead. Oh, well, at least his South got cancelled. Gorg.
Oh.
Oh. It's a sad situation.
He was quick to show the clips during the draft of, some questionable plays coming through from previous players. Well, we might have something in store for him.
Alright, so mid lane so far pretty even on CS, but you can see the bully potential that the Monkey King brings. The thing about this kind of counter matchup for me is always that Ember can just catch up in the jungle anyway, so we'll see how big of a deal it ends up being. I think the big deal is going to be whether or not Jandals makes the successful rotations off of having a pretty good start. Where's F18? He's still back at base. He's got no experience. Really not having a very fun time so far. But at least Wasabi is about to crack level 3, it looks like. Oh, well, he's 1 experience away from level 3.
Feels bad.
That's a real thing. Gorg with some caustic damage, making the plays. Bronny kind of low down here, and Hapagra's gonna go for the dive through. Does not try and commit for the kill.
Already got on Bronny the Tranquil Boots finished up, so he's able to just stay out on the map for a long time, and with only level 2 so far on the Phoenix, he doesn't really want to be contesting all that much. So, decent start for this anti-mage. Bottom lane has to be said it's going in favor of your Solar's Mind, but on top side, Mars is dropping pretty low again.
Yeah, Wasabi's kind of getting zoned out a bit. Fury coming over. Ooh, manages to aggro the wave. Oh, no, that is not what you want if you're F18. He just wants this experience, man. He just wants level 2. Can they do something to Fury? Doesn't really seem like it. Just fine.
Yeah, that's not their priority right now. Like, they're very happy to just continue farming behind this tower. Fury, he's already got his level 2, so he's fine with this. As long as F18 stays at that level 1, there's no real combo or kill potential.
Zilly does a good job of dragging the wave past the tower, though, so they are getting a couple of denies here, and not as big of a deal. But now F18 actually getting gone on. Wasabi, is there nothing that he can do to help? He's completely out of mana. So F18 gonna try for the TP out. That was not gonna happen.
Dire's top tower is under
I
attack.
mean, that's alright. I mean, especially the fact that he burned a TP for it, but all the while you had the Radiant Creep Wave just sitting underneath the Tier 1 tower, as well as the remnants of that wave that they pulled behind that tower. So I think he missed out on like 3 or 4 last hits during that anyway.
Yeah,
So it's not really like a net win.
Yeah, not ideal, for sure. A little bit. I guess looks like Zelly is maybe just straight rushing Orchid this game.
Oh, he got very close to taking out Savior there, who's just had a healing salve delivered through to him, so he's going to be fine for now. But you mentioned before about Jandals, you know, when he's going to make those rotations, how effective is it going to be? I think for the time being, he doesn't really need to worry about that all that much. You know, he can get, you know, at least finish up his phase boots and then start to make those rotations, because this Ember Spirit's having a horrible time against that increased range, as well as the passive lifesteal that you get. And you can see that in the Monkey King build as well.
Yeah, and even though his CS looks okay, you have to remember that Ember is probably ferrying a lot of regen, so he's a bit behind on the net worth as a result. And he's also taking some of this as jungle creeps. And well, I think he was hoping to maybe go and snag the bounty, but instead just needs to go back, and Jandals is actually ready here to intercept. There's one at bottom. F18 also getting gone on over here at top. Does manage to hold them back a little bit with the avalanche, but they're still hunting for him. Blink off cooldown in 3 seconds time for Zelly, and are just going to turn their attention over towards Wasabi instead. Can they just dive this tower, really? It seems like they might be able to. Yeah, here we go. Jandals finishes it off.
Yeah, with Hahagwo dying on that bottom side, it was he tried to use the dive while underneath a battery assault and it just did him in.
And, you know, Gorg not the strongest start, but he's got 3 points up in the Caustic now. So they're just shoving the wave constantly. Really difficult for the anti-mage to approach. And I just don't know where the playmaking potential is going to come from on Your Soul is Mine. It kind of feels like they're losing all 3 lanes currently.
I mean, there's no real kill potential for them on the bottom side, which I suppose is why Gorg hasn't opted to put at least 1 point into that Sandstorm, just for a bit of survivability. He's just realizing that, look, if there's anyone getting kills down here, it's me.
Okay, at top, is Fury gonna get this kill? Gonna keep on chasing, needs the vision. F18 trying to fog him. Fury knows exactly where he is. Chops the tree down with the tango, and that is the end of him. Oh, this Tiny is just having a miserable time this game, Dan.
And Fury's ready to brawl. Like, he's still got 3 fairy fires, so
Yep.
he's happy to be taking these fights.
Yeah, putting some damage on now. A little bit of light on the mana for Zellyfish, but looks like the auto attacks are just going to be enough, or even the dagger ticks. 3 points up for Zelly. Oh, this is not the kind of early game you want to be seeing when you've got an anti-mage on your team. That is for sure. HW needs to get the blink away. Doesn't actually have any health regen coming. Gorg and Brunny are looking for him. He needs to get the reflect with the counterspell. Not going to happen. Well. He's dead.
For him up till now. Jandal's even looking to invade Savior's farm in the jungle here. He just wanted to, at least at minimum, block that small camp, because that's where he was getting the majority of his farm from. But well, was able to even secure one for himself, scout out what sort of items and HP and mana he was at, and now he can feel a lot more confident with bullying out Hahagwo here.
Yeah, this is not looking good. There's just everyone is trying to like and gets his TP interrupted.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was so
yeah.
good.
I caught the very end of it, but that's nasty. So he was going back to refill his bottle, right? And oof.
Just so on point, you know, being able to cancel that out, waste so much more of his time. You can see he's having to run all the way back.
And F18 in a little bit of danger. Does manage to open up the gap on Bronson, but they close it again. Gorg does die, getting solo killed at bottom. Looks like just died to a mana void.
So he's opted to go that point into the epicenter. Still nothing in the Sandstorm. Maybe would have survived if he had that available, but it's a small win for Your Soul is Mine. Any time that you give an anti-mage, you know, even a minute of space is something that you need to be concerned about.
I'm kind of wondering if Gorg got, if he got counterspelled or something, but it was used, and Burrow Strike was also used, but it may have just been like a, I'm hitting you, and Gorg tried to Burrow Strike away and then got blinked after and got popped. But he is 100% of team deaths currently, so there you go.
Man, you're just going in on him.
I've seen, you know, I've been on the cast with him. I know what he does to other people, so just a little taste of his own medicine. Jandal's getting gone on here at mid. Do they actually have the damage to kill him? Is the question. He does get out a nice boundless strike. They're still chasing. Toss forward. He's going to be brought down. Zelly's in here with the Sonic Wave. Can they find any kills? Savior's got an Invis rune, so it looks like he's going to be fine. F18 limping away. Though, alright, at bottom, they do end up losing HGW, and Gorgon, Brawny teaming up to bring down this 2-1 tower.
They needed 3 heroes to do that, though, so all the while you just had Mars sitting on the top side. He was getting a little bit more farm or more Sabi, so it's not the worst trade, considering the Jandals I felt was just running away with this game.
Yeah, they desperately needed that kill on the Monkey King. That was probably the best kill that they could have gotten at the moment. And the fact that they get out of it with, I guess, without losing anybody directly. Sure, they lost the anti-mage at bottom is a pretty big win. They are TPing down here on the Mars, looking for a little bit of a fight. They don't even really have the mana for this. Wasabi just going to die pretty much instantly. Epicenter from Gorg doing some damage. He's going to be brought down. Wasabi now getting nuked. Position 3 for position 3. Brawny, oh, just a sliver away from hitting his level 6. Does get it now, but F18 and Hahago already out, so.
I wonder if they would have kept chasing if someone had pinged out the current game time, you know, realizing that it would have been a hook shot available in a couple of seconds. I mean, conversely, though, you had the Hahago so close to hitting his level 6 as well, so Supernova turnaround was always a threat.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been hard to go. I think Battery Assault was still on cooldown for another couple of seconds, so even if they'd popped the hook shot immediately, would have been tough. Jandals is kind of running over here. I'm not sure if your Soulless Mind is actually thinking about continuing a fight. What kind of information do they have? They see that the Monkey King is coming, so...
Yeah. And do they just clip the Quap as well? No, they don't. She's just out of vision.
Yeah, just ever so slightly. But Blink's already been used. They are pinging on the Phoenix, and you know, Dive is on cooldown, so... Maybe they could do something. They don't actually see Phoenix currently. I think they may have caught a glimpse of him for a second, but Fury's just moved position, so... They know that he's there, and I guess Bronson could also run over if they wanted to get something going over here, but Fury is pinging the rune. It's like, guys, just go grab the bounty. We'll chill. It's fine. Okay. Well, I was about to ask what you thought about the Jandal's item build, but he's already got it queued up. Looks like he's just gonna go for the Echo Saber straight into a BKB. No messing around. It feels like you just absolutely need BKB on this hero most games, right? You've got naturally very high damage, but you just need to not die instantly in team fights.
Yeah, and that was kind of the mentality behind the predictions for their last pick in the draft as well, right? The reason behind the Lifestealer, you need something that's going to be able to just walk out of a Mars ultimate, something that's able to deal well with Ember Spirit trying to lock you in place, that can just hit an egg, that can tank up an Avatos combo, you know, and BKB is the perfect way to do it.
Yep. What is Savior going for? Being a little bit greedier on this Ember. Maybe even a little greedier than I would like to see, to be honest. I was kind of hoping that it would just be like a phase drum, or I don't know, maybe he even needs a slightly faster Yules this game, given that he's playing against the safe lane Quap. He's had a really good time. But, I'm not so sure about this Maelstrom, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the drums are absolutely necessary, given how much Sincerely Fury want to fight. They want to take the fight to them so that they can stop this anti-mage from becoming a factor in the game. And I think the Maelstrom, while it's nice for being able to push out waves a little bit, you're just not going to have that sufficient survivability.
Yeah, I think you need that. You need that fighting potential that you're talking about. Savior coming over here to get a nice slight change, but Jellyfish still kind of threatening. Doesn't have the Sonic Wave available currently. But, you know, Sincerely Fury really making their presence felt in this Radiant jungle. Anti-Mage doing what he can up top, but not really going to be able to take out the tier 1 tower. So long as this situation continues, should be Sincerely Fury, you know, pulling a couple hundred gold ahead per minute. and just continuing to open up this lead more and more. And Gorg actually just farming straight towards the Blink Dagger here. So bringing that big initiation for the team once he gets that.
I think that's fine. You know, you want something that's able to instantly catch out the Ember Spirit as well as the Anti-Mage if you can find them. So you don't really need that longer-term survivability. That's what the rest of your team is for.
They're trying to decide about a go on Wasabi at bottom here, but maybe thinking better of it. They're looking at Savior instead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, Wasabi's not going to go for that next wave. I think he's realized what's going on. So
Yeah. A lot of
That's
indecision. And even he's going straight Blink Dagger as well, which I feel like is a little more odd as a Mars, you know? I feel like he needs that extra layer of survivability for not just himself, but his team.
Unit going on here. Yep, hookshot forward. Just poking and prodding. Does get the spear back onto Bronny underneath the tower. And here comes the glyph as well. Good damage. Wasabi's going to be just fine. And Haogo looking for a little bit more. Fury almost brought down. Is actually going to save himself with the ultimate. Is he willing to use salves or fairy fires? Looks like he knows that he's going to be just fine with the one purifying flames. So calls it at that. And, well, that was an ill-fated attempt on the
Radiant's
Mars.
middle
Maybe needed
tower
to wait
is
for
under
this
attack.
Orchid on the Quap before they made that kind of play.
Yeah, and the great thing for your Solar's Mine is that they didn't need to rotate either the Anti-Mage or the Ember Spirit. They were just farming away in the jungle and the top lane, respectively. But Gorg, he's got his finished Blink Dagger coming out to him, and he's finally got that 1 point in the Sandstorm, so he's going to be able to survive somewhat and be a bit more of a tricky thing to lock down.
And hopefully this Blink is going to allow them to get the kills that they need to take out this mid-tier 1 tower and the top tier 1. Because they're not great at sieging, like we've said, right? They're not good at just turning up and hitting a building. So it's really got to be kind of dive the tower, kill 3 or 4 heroes, and then take it afterwards. They've already seen the Blink, but Sincerely Fury now bringing 4 heroes to bear at mid. Is Gorg still just going to hang around at top? Needs to be careful about showing. I think he should really be hiding in the trees, but
They've only got the 1 sentry ward as Hahaguo goes and plants his observer ward inside the dire jungle. Some pretty heavy rotations here.
yeah, they bring a lot to mid to maybe try and find a little bit of a fight here, but I'm not sure if that's the best decision. Gorg wants to go for the jump at top, but HW just in time, heading backwards. And now they're forcing a fight at mid while they don't have the Queen of Pain. Jandal's still just going to stand his ground and fight, and they bring down the Phoenix immediately. 1 for 1 thus far. The spear does connect, but it's just the clockwork. Jandal's still going to be able to keep on fighting. Bronson kind of low. Savior able to jump backwards. Gorg's in here with the epicenter. Wasabi still surviving. That little bit of extra shovel HP certainly helping out. They get the long-range toss onto Bronson, not going to find a kill, and Jandal's just looking for his opportunity to get back in here. Zelly does get the Orchid down, and they get a nice Blink Burrow, and bombing the Sonic Wave out on Savior. Not sure if that was completely necessary, but no half measures from Zellyfish.
Sometimes you gotta put the exclamation mark on it, you know?
Oh, HW, Zelly, are you looking? There you go, Orchid, Burrow, good damage. I don't think he's surviving this one. The Soul Burn is going to be enough to finish it, and F18 still hanging around here. I don't know about this Supernova. Too many heroes. Double kill for Zelly. Couldn't get the Fire Spirits onto everybody. Now Zelly's got a triple. They're even looking for a little bit more. Wasabi also going to be brought down. Ultra kill for Zellyfish. Well,
I feel like there were a few times where you could have used the Supernova in team fights before this, but to use it when it's only your other support that you've got with you is just... I don't know, that ain't it for me.
no, that was pretty suicidal.
Maybe if they had the Mars there as well, and you could actually combo it together with, you know, a spear away from the egg. Tiny had toss available even if he didn't have avalanche, so just toss him out of position, and maybe you get the pop on the egg and then the second usage of all those items. But that required them to wait, you know, an extra 5 or so seconds so that Wasabi could actually join.
Oh my god, this ward from Fury. The glove has been thrown down. He knows exactly what he wants to happen in the next couple of minutes. They've got all these ultra aggro wards, and they are really just gonna keep running at your soul is mine, it looks like.
Very unconventional. Basically, the one that they're on top of right now is the only one that you would typically deward. Oh, they found HTW.
Nice reaction.
Nice
Let's get the counterspell off in time, but it's not going to matter. He's got a blink available again, but here comes the soul burn. Jellyfish locking him down, and nothing that the rest of the team can really do to help, unfortunately.
It's not sticking closely enough to him. You've got an invis just popped by Xavier, and they're going to be able to find him out a little bit here, but Gorg decides better of it.
Yeah, doesn't want to go and doesn't really have that much backup close by. But the fact that they're already taking over the enemy tri-camp at 16 minutes into this game is really a disaster for your Soul's mind. Xavier wants to fight here at mid. They do get some good lockdown onto Jellyfish, but he gets saved here by Fury. Wants to come in and pop a salve onto him. Zelly, alright, I think he's going to be just fine. Gorg still fighting in the middle of all of this. HEW coming forward. Bronny does have the cog pushback. F-18 almost dead. It's not the highest level Sandstorm, though. But, alright, finish off Gorg. Here comes Jellyfish, back for round number 2. Phoenix trying to escape, but the dive's already been used, so nowhere to go for him. It's 3 dead so far, and Zelly with a beyond godlike streak, 17 minutes into the game. They just messed up the coordination on the arena with the spear. They speared him to the tree and then summoned the arena, like, around it.
And as well, I felt like there were 3 Sincerely Fury players there as well, right? And you used the Supernova dive, but didn't actually pop it on the corner, so I think that would have been a perfect time to use it, because there's no way for them to play. You had the combo together with the Tiny coming through as well. I don't know, it's just feeling a little bit off.
Yep. And then, well, Zelly's now got a BKB, so good luck killing this Quap. Jandal's also still just working towards his BKB. Xavier doing a little bit of split pushing. Do we at least... Oh, we almost had the Anti-Mage Battle Fury, but... not the most timely thing in the world. And a very defensive build. With only the 1 point in the mana break and the counterspell maxed out. It's really just feeling the pressure.
I mean, what he needs to do right now is just find a way to somehow get on the dire side of the map. Yes, they're going to be pushing into you, but it's not amazing tower push that they've got right now on Sincerely Fury. You know, Monkey King can do some, and sure, Quap can do some, but it's not like, you know, some of these other heroes that we see just rip apart towers.
Yeah, I think this is one of these situations where you actually have to buy the wards yourself as AM and just, like, go and create a pocket in the enemy jungle to farm. Oh, making it go on to Xavier. They are going to try and spear Gorg backwards. They don't quite land it, though. So again, the arena a little bit questionable. They do have the Supernova also backing it up. Gorg just using the false promise to secure the epicenter. I don't know if he's going to survive. There is a salve and an urn charge on him. So he's going to be okay. First strikes away. They're still chasing after him. Jandals has the ultimate. Hasn't really found a foothold into this fight. And Sincerely Fury, even in a 4v5, are actually going to end up losing too.
They didn't use 2 of their ultimates, so that could potentially be the reason why. But I think a big part of it was just Supernova finally used to full effect. You know, actually combining it together with the Arena of Blood. And when you're going to start your draft off with Mars Phoenix, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, they really made it super tough for Sincerely Fury to continue to fight at that point. Jellyfish coming in, good damage on HW. Does have all that magic resist working for him. I don't think he's quite gonna die here. Jandal trying to secure the kill. Nicely done with the Boundless Strike coming in, and Zelly wants to keep on going with the BKB. I don't know what the BKB is necessarily for here, but it's still gonna get them a couple of kills, it looks like. Perhaps Savior? Nice light chains. Wasabi. Alright, just gonna get rocket flared in the end.
I just want to do the KS, you know, sorry, the kill secure.
Zelly's going for a little more. He's gonna get Yuled. It's now completely out of mana, so it can't really chase for more. And they do manage to grab a couple of bounties on Your Soul is Mine, so consolation prize there at least.
Like, I'm just really confused by the item build, particularly on Your Soul is Mine, right? Tiny has Tranquils still at 20 minutes. That's it. He's gone straight for that Blink Dagger. So not opting to go for even a stick and a Windlace, these high value, low cost items. And even just with this Phoenix, he's going into a Yule Scepter, which, I mean, is that just to stop the silence from the Orchid? Because it doesn't really feel like Haha Guo's the one being targeted here.
Yeah. There are 2 Orchids now on the side of Sincerely Fury. I don't know if you've clicked on Bronny in a little bit, but he's got the second one picked up. Hogwow in some trouble. Well, there's the silence. He's just gonna die instantly. They popped the arena to try and save him. And Bronny trying to hook through, but gets interrupted. Okay, I didn't realize that that's how that worked, but...
Gaben?
Sure.
What's on?
I guess the forced movement from the...
Yeah.
Oh, HW, not sure this is where you want to be. Nice counterspell, but he's still gonna get burst struck. And now... Oh, he gets another counterspell off! They can't Orchid this man! Okay, he's gonna be just fine.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They were going for he was going for that Yule Scepter before Bronny had even picked up his Orchid though, so I don't know, it just feels a little bit weird on a Phoenix as opposed to something, you know, passive that's going to allow them to survive for a little bit longer in team fights.
Are you just... What are you wanting? A couple of bracers, or...
Something like that would be totally fine.
Tower is under attack.
Jump in, toss back. I don't know if Bronson's the best target to go for, though, and they do have this save as well coming in from Fury. Just gonna try for the TP out now. Savior jumping straight into an Orchid. Does have the defensive Yules. Wasabi already using the spear. I don't think Fury is getting out of this one, but he's gonna make them work for it at least a little bit. Dodges out of the way of the spear. Gonna keep on running. They do have a clumsy net for him. Even popping the stick charges and the fairy fire to try and survive a little longer.
Come on, get up! Oh,
Got Zelly kind of hungry here. He wants to get a pick off.
Yeah, alright, well there's a Yules, no Yules. I mean, you should be able to take the Phoenix for free. Gotta be careful though, there is damage. Is he gonna get speared? Nice BKB reaction. Gorg comes in. That's a lot of hate for the Phoenix. Let's see if that's gonna matter. Gorg does manage to get the epicenter off. That's gonna be the end of Wasabi. Double kill for Zelly. Jandal's not really able to enter the fight, just getting controlled. But now F18 the next target. He's got his blink. He is gonna unveil it for a kill, but pays with his life. Anti-Mage gets some space all the while though. And HEW does get this top lane pushed out.
So yeah, a 13k net worth lead at 23 minutes. Never what you want to see, but I mean, they are creating space for this AM. You know, he is finally starting to get a few things coming his way. I think that's a Yasha that he's just completed, and might be coming out towards him soon, unless I'm mistaken. No, it's on the courier, just hasn't been sent out just yet. Maybe he wants to the Manta recipes there.
Well, Jandals does have some backup in the form of Bronny here at mid. The hook is on cooldown for another couple of seconds. I feel like the only way that they kind of bring this back is if the anti-mage gets a Mana Void on the Quap. So that feels like it's got to be the way. Like they absolutely need the AM to end this streak on the Quap so that he can get another item. All right, this time around, counterspell at mid gets waited out, should be brought down. BKB getting popped by Jandals and also by Zelly, dropping a little low. Fury's got some heals for him though, so should be okay.
That Yasha's not going to save you though.
No. I don't think he should be here, right? This is...
He should be as far away from the objectives as he can be.
Yeah, because you're not going to take a fight. You gotta get at least the Manta and then probably another item after that, realistically.
I mean, Manta at least means that you can fight, right? Like you can at least get out of the Orchid.
Your Soul's Mind kind of looking for a fight here. But again,
I just want to see these two on this anti-mage.
Well, you don't even TP, right? You just blink out.
Well, my only thought was like, will he go to the outpost in the jungle and just try and get there as quickly as possible?
Yeah, maybe.
I think you need to play high risk to try and make something happen. Alright. One bounty secured for Your Soul Is Mine. He's pushed out the wave a little bit here.
F18 getting gone on half HP already. Spear not going to connect onto anything. Jandals hops forward. And the fight continues. Gorg with the two-man burst strike. Nicely done. Zelly coming through with the follow-up. Hook shot. No chance for Savior. He does get the Yules off, but brought down shortly afterwards. And they even keep their Observer Ward alive on the high ground. As poor Phoenix's courier is going to get sniped in the end.
They haven't spotted him out just yet. They're going to take Roshan instead, but you just tell how spooked HTW is. He's like, oh man, I just know they're coming for me, and that's the result of 26 minutes of harassment.
Yeah, this is where you need to have brought the wards with you as the AM, right? And then you could at least ward like over here or something and get kind of an idea. Maybe feel safe enough to at least be farming a camp instead of just sitting in the trees.
So I think their hope for maybe coming back into this game is Manta picked up. They've got the Yules finished now on Hahaguo, but he needs to reach level 12 just so that it's that little bit harder to take out the Phoenix Egg. You've got the right timing that you need on this Tiny, you know, level 12. He's got Blink. And I guess finishing the Maelstrom. Like, those are the big things that they've got to wait for.
Gorg, this is not the safest spot for you to be in, my friend. Your team is not here. You are pretty tanky. Might be able to get the hood popped. No, not quite. Dead for 50. Sincerely Fury still coming over. Zelly is not there. So, just a bit of a feed.
I think he's just some overconfidence, perhaps. Just feeling like they're in a really commanding position, and he can afford to do that because they might be a little bit scared.
Yeah, just got a little ahead of his team. I think if he was, you know, another 1,000 units closer, would have been fine. But especially given that, you know, Fury's got a gem, he's got an Aether Lens. It should be very simple for them to just walk around, completely deward the entire map, and slowly force Your Soul Is Mine back into their base. I mean, they're already 20k ahead. We've been close to, like, we were already at 90+% on the win probability from like what 16 or 17 minutes.
Yeah, I just saw that adjust. It adjusted it retroactively. I'm onto you, Gaben.
New data coming in all the time, Danog, from other games.
You can't adjust from back then, you know? It's like, oh, I always predicted this. But thankfully, for my sanity, unlike Kuro last series, Fury does have the telescope in his neutral item slot, so you're going to be able to benefit from that.
Oh, we've got Orb of Destruction on the Monkey King.
Alright, well that'll help with sieging, and the Desolate.
How good?
And AC as well, actually, on this co-op with 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. So this is the big high ground encroachment that they're going to be going for. But look at all of the heroes on Your Soul Is Mine. They're camped up on this top side.
Yeah, I mean, TPs are coming back, but this tower is absolutely getting melted down. Savior does have the Yules. Are going to pop the Supernova. Not sure if that's the best usage of it. Good Yules dodge. Zelly trying to focus the Supernova by himself. Now the Havatos combination almost cleans up the Aegis instantly. Okay. HCW's in. HCW trying to get out, but does get Burrow struck up. Good chain stun. Bronny coming forward. He's still got his Orchid. Jandal's just going to lay down the BKB plus the Wukong's command just to 100% secure the Rex here. And actually jumping in a little deeper. They are still going to get the kill on the Phoenix. Toss into the well. They couldn't get the spear. Zelly's going to survive. Fury was there to help out just in case.
Good time to go line this time.
I don't know if Zelly's performance in this team fight has been tip worthy, but it's fine, you know. His team is winning.
Well, he's a confidence player, and you need to, you know,
You gotta exert
dominance, you know.
Yeah.
And you just got to keep giving him the pats on the back, you know, because he's really going to flourish in that sort of environment. You see, he's still playing on the front side. They've got a repair kit, but I don't know if that's going to be able to do enough on its own.
No, I really don't think so.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, what are they waiting for? They do have Arena in 1, Egg in 15. I guess hoping to take one more team fight. They're now 27k behind. Aegis is going to be reclaimed in 40 seconds. Maybe that poses a little bit of an opportunity. But they might be mega creeps by then, so they are going to go in. Wasabi just gets brought down instantly. Silence on the backlines. Yules will help the Phoenix out for a moment, but he just instantly gets blown up by the Boundless Strike. Triple kill for Jandals. They even find F18. Zelly now 17, 0, and 13. And the GG comes out in 30 minutes.
I want to see some players playing in their correct positions next game, or at least ones that we're more used to them on, just because I didn't feel like this worked out too much. I mean, who knows? Maybe they've been practicing, different types of players playing different roles just because of their start to the league and not going quite as they expected.
Yeah, this is still not a good look. I'm all for trying things out, but this game just kind of felt like they lost all the lanes. They didn't really get to make any plays. Even seeming like they adjusted the heroes and who was playing what, and still just really didn't have a big impact. Do you think they're gonna? I guess the big question is going to be: will they do this again in game 2, or will we see them try something different again? Should probably give us a pretty good insight into what their mentality is right now.
I don't know, because I think their draft was perfectly fine. It was the execution, plain and simple, about how it went down. So many supernovas just slightly off point. Arena of Bloods used, but no actual follow up. F18 going a super greedy build and only picking up Blink Dagger at like 25 minutes or so, and then HTW just farming in areas where Sincerely Fury wanted to be. So I think there's a lot of things to fix up, and hopefully they can do it for game 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see it. We're gonna head to a break, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you back here for in a couple of minutes for our last game of the evening. Welcome back, everybody, to the
Dire
Oceanic
team
Esports
pick.
Dota League Season 2. It's our last game of the evening here. Your Soul is Mine versus Sincerely Fury. Your Soul is Mine had selection priority
Radiant
here. They
team
opted
pick.
for last pick. And Sincerely Fury went for Dire. I'm back in the mic with Danog, as you can see.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I mean, do you think this change up in the band selections that they've gone for the Storm in the first phase is just like, look, they're going to try and go
10
back to something
seconds
that they're really
remaining.
comfortable with, maybe throw F18 on it, pick it first phase, and
5
just try and
seconds
win
remaining.
on their own merits?
Maybe. I guess there's a little bit of respect. I could also see it being, look, especially if Sincerely Fury want to go with the same style again of not necessarily having the craziest late game, but really just running at Your Soul is Mine and trying to end it quickly. Storm can be one of those heroes where, you know, you can botch like one high ground push and Storm can suddenly just become an unstoppable monster and you can just never go and approach his high ground ever again. So maybe that comes into it a little bit. But Your Soul is Mine already. I mean, they're dipping into the old reserve time here on the first phase, which is not a good look at all.
What do you think that is? Do you think that's disorganization, or do you think that's not expecting the Oracle coming out again from the very beginning?
I think I honestly think it's just like not having a clear consensus on what their priorities are. Like, they might have felt like their opening in the previous game was good, but
Dire team pick.
you know, kind of doubting it a little bit, and maybe somebody's wanting to try something different. Maybe they don't want to go for the Mars Phoenix again, and in the end they'll just opt for the Magnus.
I think that's the big thing that sets like the good teams apart from the
10
great
seconds
teams, is
remaining.
that there's like one concise voice that has the final
5
say on
seconds
everything.
remaining.
You know, sure, it's good to get input from everyone, but I don't think you want too many cooks in the kitchen, kind of giving too many dissenting views.
Well, I feel like that's even a requirement just to be a team, right? That's what being a team is all about. That you have the cohesive viewpoint. That you've all got the, you know, you're all
Radiant
working
team
together.
pick.
So, and that's the difference between when you get a random pub stack versus an actual, more practiced team. So we'll just have to see if that, if they continue to gel and Your Soul is Mine kind of, find their feet a little bit more
10
as the season
seconds
goes on.
remaining.
But right now, it's certainly not looking good. But it is a long season,
5
right? So they've got
seconds
lots
remaining.
of opportunity to turn it around. And we did have some teams that in the previous season were looking kind of dismal up until the halfway point, and they just seemed lost and they didn't know what their role allocation should be and all this kind of stuff, and then they found their feet and were still
Dire
able
team
to
ban.
put on a pretty good performance.
Well, hopefully their coordination's a little more on point this time, because, with things like the Arena of Blood, it's got a relatively low cooldown. But if you use that global silence with the RP and it's not on point, you feel pretty bad about it.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
for sure. I can understand the thought of like, oh, Silencer is good against
5
Oracle,
seconds
right?
remaining.
You can go on somebody and then you can global and you can prevent the Oracle from being able to do anything to save him. That's great. But I think there's also a reason that we don't see a huge amount of Silencer. I feel like they're
First
even...
place silencer.
Yeah, well, I feel like they're also moving this hero towards being a little bit more of a
Radiant
core than a support. So
I think,
we'll see.
yeah. I'm not sure how Your Soul is Mine is going to play it, but I think Gorg played it actually in a previous series on Sincerely Fury, and they had pretty decent success with it, if I recall correctly.
10 seconds
But I think
remaining.
they do still need someone that's going to get in there on the front lines and do a lot of
5
the
seconds
brute
remaining.
work to allow the silencer and to sit back, to allow the mag to be that secondary initiation and make a lot of stuff happen.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
So there's still plenty in the pool. I mean, Tusk's gone, but Earth Spirit's there, Clockwork's there, Shaker's there.
Yeah, they've still got plenty of options.
Spirit Breaker even.
Dire
Yeah,
team banned.
why not? Haven't seen that hero for a little while. I guess the Magnus these days kind of stands alone a little better than he used to in the past, right? Previously, you'd see the Mag and you'd always be thinking about, okay, what's the Empower
10
hero?
seconds remaining.
These days, Mag is the Empower hero. And then kind of whatever
5
carry
seconds
you end up
remaining.
getting is going to be happy, also grabbing the occasional Empower.
Radiant
Do see a
team
few
banned.
bans from Sincerely Fury kind of targeting specific heroes that they don't want to play against with the Empower. I think especially that Ricky is kind of important here to get rid of. Would be pretty annoying for them.
Radiant team.
Yeah,
pick.
absolutely. You know, you just, especially for that Oracle, right? I feel like maybe there's a little bit of, I don't want to say selfishness, but Fury knows how frustrating it can be to play an Oracle against something like a Ricky, and he just doesn't want that a part of his life, because as much of the game is about your actual gameplay, you just don't
10
get to that
seconds
point if
remaining.
you're trying to make all these calls happen at the same time, and all the while you're just getting
5
ganked from
seconds
behind.
remaining.
Yep.
Dire team pick.
So Terrorblade is
I like
the
it.
ban. And yeah, just the Clockwork. I feel like just guaranteed to have that base level of impact, whereas as we saw in the previous game, the Tiny can be
Radiant
a little bit of a
team
gamble,
pick.
doesn't necessarily have quite the same laning presence, and I like this from Sincerely Fury with the Tidehunter. Definitely a really nice kind of combo break to have against the Magnus.
Against the Magnus, and I know it's a position 3, it's not countering a
10
position 4,
seconds
but like,
remaining.
what does Clockwork really do against a Tidehunter? You know, Battery Assault is nice,
5
but you're
seconds
not going to
remaining.
be killing a Tidehunter solo anytime.
You can, I think it kind of goes both ways, because you can potentially keep the Tidehunter out of the fight or isolate him, and as the Clockwork that can be a win, but yeah, you're certainly not killing him for sure. So yeah, the Tide looking good there.
Dire
What else is
team
going on? I mean, they can toss Tide in for initiation, I suppose. Ursa coming out here, but
Mind it.
do still have to be careful. I could still, I don't know if it's necessarily like a Jandals here, but I could still see like a Venomancer mid or something here.
10 seconds remaining.
Could be decent against the Mag and the Ursa. Just
5
kite him around
seconds remaining.
like no tomorrow.
This might be a Tidehunter game where he goes Greaves, just so that even if you pop the Global Silence, you can immediately just purge the silence and then
Yeah.
Ravage straight up. So there's no, you know, immediate follow-up.
Yeah, I could certainly see that. What other mids would be punishing for this double melee core so far?
I mean, Viper, Husker.
yeah, kind of your classics.
Viper more so. They've got a decent amount of burst damage that you can actually deal with a Husker, so it's not quite as strong as, you know, in other games where you might have someone that, you know, it's more of a slow burn.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Dire team ban.
Okay, just gonna go for the co-op.
Of pain.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Might need to go a bit more of a defensive build though, considering you are going up against this silencer, so you do need some sort of way to get rid of that global.
10 seconds
Yule Scepter,
remaining.
perhaps.
Yeah.
5
Yeah,
seconds
I think you have to
remaining.
be. Maybe just the Yules. It's always tricky because I don't know. You want to make sure that you're not going to build Yules and then
Radiant
also
team
end up
ban.
going
Dire team
BKB.
ban.
Yeah.
Right? That's just that's super annoying as co-op when you have to end up doing that.
I just feel like you need to be having an impact earlier than you will want to get a BKB, you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like it does that, and it allows you to be that everlasting presence throughout the map just through the passive regen, you know, gives you some
10
nice stats and,
seconds
of course, the
remaining.
saving potential.
Yeah, I like the Yules just from the perspective of having another
5
interrupt here
seconds remaining.
as well, right? They do have a few here and there,
Radiant
but
team ban.
I think definitely could be useful for the co-op this game to be able to interrupt TPs. So Sand King gets banned out. Arc Warden was the ban for Your Soul is Mine, which I find a little interesting, to be honest, given that they do have, you know, they've got pretty good, like,
10
get up in your
seconds
face
remaining.
heroes.
Dire team pick.
So yeah, I'm not sure how much I see the Arc Warden. I don't mind the Slark ban. I think that looks a little more sensible.
Yep.
And for Sincerely Fury, it could again be this, you know, it could still be the Quap safe lane again. And we could be looking for
10
Jandal's
seconds
hero
remaining.
here for mid lane.
Yeah, it's the great part of that flexibility,
5
right? Is that
seconds
you
remaining.
don't quite exactly know how it's going to be. You can't fully pick around it. I suppose the bonus is that they do have the last pick overall on your Soul is Mine, so you're not going to be completely caught out either way. What can we really tie this together? I mean, as was before, they were lacking a little bit of tower push. They needed to wait until they got a bit lucky with that Orb of Destruction as well as the AC and the Desolator to actually be able to take some objectives. So you would think it's something that does have that kind of potential. Lifesteal is not fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I think Wraith King could be okay.
So might be alright.
Another game where PL could maybe be
Radiant team pick.
okay. Just gonna go for Morphling. Okay.
Be extra careful with those globals then.
Yeah. I don't know if I see a huge incentive for Morphling necessarily, but
10 seconds
it
remaining.
looks fine. They've got pretty scary
5
late game
seconds
now as
remaining.
well. I think that's the other thing to look at. I feel like if this goes late enough, like if we start looking at Double Ravage Tide, Quap 25, and Morphling with a few items, I think this Morphling pick might actually put the pressure on Your Soul Is Mine to be the one kind of making the plays.
And speaking of that pressure, this is where that spending so much time before making their first couple of picks starts to come into the equation, because they've only got a few seconds left to round out their draft, and they're going to go for that Viper. So really just wanting to make sure they have a decent time in the mid lane. But who is actually going to be up against this Viper? And it looks like they might be changing things up as well about who might be playing what.
Yeah, and who's actually going mid? Are they not just going to try and send the Morphling mid versus the Viper? Actually, is it even? I guess it's a pretty good matchup against Quap, right? I don't actually know, but I can see that Sincerely Fury are keeping it open and discussing who's playing what here and who's going where. So Zelly takes the Quap, and it is going to be the Jandal's Morphling.
I think Savior and HTW are both very capable of playing
10
both one or
seconds
two
remaining.
roles, so I think they wouldn't be opposed to swapping things up when they do see who's playing what on Sincerely Fury.
Right. But, I mean, they... oh, you mean in terms of swapping the lanes?
Yeah. Swapping the hero, yeah, swapping the lanes.
Right. But I guess the other thing is that, well, now they've also got the Ursa, right? So I don't know if they want to send the Ursa mid against either of these two.
Yeah.
So it does feel like it's Viper just having to go mid here, kind of no matter what. I don't know if Sincerely Fury are thinking about... They could also like put the Morphling mid, Tidehunter solo safe, and then go aggro with their heroes. I think that would be okay, but Your Soul Is Mine also have a pretty good
setup,
tri
yeah.
lane. Yeah, so that would be
Yep.
a Fury move though, going
Oh, of course. I think they just want to do everything that they can so that they can get this Queen of Pain into the Ursa.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be annoying for Savior. Well, I don't know about you, but I
Based
feel
off
like
it.
I've got Sincerely Fury again.
I think so as well. I think you just have to go off past history. Who knows, they might be able to turn it around, but the coordination on Your Soul Is Mine is going to need to improve a fair amount if they're going to take down Sincerely Fury, who I rate as probably, I'd say, a top 5 team this season. I feel like it's a lot closer at the top this time around.
Yeah, I feel like
Prepare
based
for
on
battle.
the results of the the first season, and then also having some of the, I guess I feel like people were more deliberate about their picks this time around, and so we've ended up maybe with slightly more balanced teams, which has been really good. Looking forward to seeing how this season continues to pan out.
I think there's going to be probably like 2 teams that just miss out on making it through the playoffs that people still consider to be pretty good teams. So I think that's going to be the big difference between season 1 and season 2.
We are going to have a pause for our boy Gorg. Okay, so they're not opting to do anything weird with the lanes initially.
Well, you might have this tri-lane top.
Yeah, but I think only for a moment, right? I think they're going to come up here, maybe try and get first blood on Mag or something. I don't know how much I like the Magnus in the off lane, to be perfectly honest.
How much do you like this F18 build again, where he's gone boots, sentry ward, no regen?
I don't know. I mean, I understand that you can ferry some regen after the bounty, but I kind of wish he just had a tango. Is he trying to... It's not like he's even getting out here super fast and blocking the small camp or anything, right? Or if there's even that much value to doing that. So I'm not sure that I really get it.
No. Like, he got out fast to place down that observer ward, which is nice. You know, taking advantage of the clockwork movement speed. 360, he's got those boots with him. But like you said, he's not really blocking up anything, so it doesn't really feel all that worth it. You know, maybe you could potentially ask Hahaguo just to give 1 extra tango just so that you have some form of regen without having to wait for it to all ferry out. But yeah, it's going to be rough.
Well, we'll just see how the lane starts out.
30
It is
seconds
double
to
melee
battle.
against a Quap, which does not sound like a whole lot of fun. And you know, might even get like a dagger into a tossback into a fully charged Fortune's End, and that would be, I think, a fairly easy kill on either of these 2 heroes.
Fury's just himself between those trees there, and he's going to show himself now. Though F18, he's got PTSD from the first blood last game.
Yeah, not even gonna battle
Battle
for it.
begins.
And Bronny even trying to get him come in here and sneak this one away from Wasabi, but this time around, just gonna be your 2-2 split. Nothing too crazy. And Gorg just being kind of left to his own devices. No Orb of Venom or anything on the Ursa, so it doesn't have too much to worry about early on here.
I mean, with the Arcane Curse, if he does choose to level that one up, you've got that little bit of movement slow, and then Tidehunter will be a bit more susceptible to the Ursa.
And F18 just opting for the cogs early on here, so trying to block this wave back to put Wasabi in a slightly better position. And then what, maybe go and try to steal the next wave?
Gorg just wants that juicy experience right now, but Hahaguo is not letting him have a bar of it.
No, just completely zoning him out with the glaives. Though, you know, Savior not doing the best job of keeping this wave static, so it does seem like they might get double range creeped, and they might just end up pushing anyway. So we're gonna be pretty happy about that. Yeah, this is not the best lane control from Your Soul Is Mine.
Bronny, he's starting to go for a bit of a gank here behind HTW, but I think revealing himself to the creep wave actually. He's got that ward handy, but hasn't dropped it just yet.
Yeah, what's he scheming? I mean, they've definitely seen him moving through here, but I guess he's just walking all the way down to bottom. Gorg taking a little bit more damage. Is Bronny going to arrive just in time to steal the experience as it gets under the tower? It does seem like they're making a little progress in resetting this wave, but still double range creeped again. So there you go. F18 does manage to drag a wave all the way back around, and it's going to be denying a full wave here using those creeps. So that's pretty nice.
You can see the Ursa's pinging out Hahaguo, trying to get him to pull this large camp into the creep wave while it's pushed aggressively near Gorg. Will he be able to get it in time? No.
Yeah, he was trying for a stack on the small camp, but didn't get that either. I think he missed the timing, but Bronny was also ready to block it. So yeah, this is a lot of free experience for Gorg, and he didn't really have to do anything to get this. This is just kind of, I would say, poor lane control on the part of Your Soul Is Mine.
He had to itemize correctly, you know, got the Ring of Protection, and he put that first point into the Kraken Shell instead of trying to go for any sort of last hits in that first couple of waves.
Jandal's taking some decent damage at mid. Does need to be a little careful. Does he have some regen coming out? Yeah, got a salve coming, so.
He'll be fine.
I really thought that the Morphling would be able to out CS the Viper at least initially, but it's not seem like the case. I guess you can really pressure him to not sit on full agi all the time.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's diving him straight underneath the tower, forcing that waveform to be popped, and he's already down to relatively low mana, so forcing him to expend that basically as soon as it's off cooldown.
Bronny wants the courier. Can he get it? He throws the avalanche out. No, Bronny. Too many tower shots. I think he might just end up dying to Savior here. Oh, trying to juke it. He wanted the courier, but it's just going to end up being a first blood feed and a tip.
My claws are red with
There you
the
go.
gore of first blood.
Immediate tip. Felt like he had his finger ready on
Yeah.
the butt.
Yeah. Well, he knew he was about to get the kill, so. Well, that is not the start that you were hoping for, but lane's still going pretty well for Sincerely Fury. Those 16 denies for HTW is kind of scary.
I feel like Magnus is having a slightly better game than I was expecting. Doing all right on the experience front, sitting neck and neck with this Queen of Pain, and I guess having about half of the CS. But when you're getting harassed out by the Shadow Strike, that's always going to happen.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to get bullied a little more, but I guess part of it comes down to the Oracle is not the best zoning support in the world, really. So he's still able to sit on the wave a lot of the time.
Nice pull by F18, getting the double stack and making sure the wave pushes further back towards their tower.
Yeah, he has been good with denying these waves and doing the lane control for Wasabi. Making a little bit of a go on Hahogua, but Bronny looks like he might just be the sacrifice again. As he somehow jukes them? No. Savior's found him. One more touch will do it. Gorg wanting to finish off this kill. Hunts him with the anchor and gets it, but Savior's still looking for him. He's got boots.
Yeah, he just got him delivered as well.
Oh, Gorg trying to salve. But here comes the Earth Shock, and that's a double kill for the Ursa. He wants the other bounty. It's unbeknownst to him, it has already been taken, but...
Bronny knew that.
yeah. Is this just triple kill?
Sure, why not?
Hello? Ooh, one touch, one touch, one touch. And they also end up losing Fury over at mid. Well, much more promising early game for Your Soul Is Mine this time around.
Is under attack.
It's looking good, and if we have a look over at the net worth graph, I know it's a bit early, but it's Savior, he's having a great game so far. It's just about how he's going to snowball that forward.
I'm just shocked at how many denies this Viper has. 28 denies on HW. I don't even know how this adds up, right? He's got 28 denies, but Jandals also has 25 CS. I think he's been jungling quite a bit, but...
Yeah. I mean, look at the differential. Jandal's only just hitting onto level 5 now, and nearly level 7 on HTW, so he's done a really good job in this mid lane. Granted, it's a Viper.
Where are you going with this creep wave, F18? What's going on?
I think he's just trying to get some pressure underneath this tower. Allow him to do this sort of thing.
Yeah, here they go. Looking for Fury. Cog's pushing them both back. It's going to be a little -2 for Fury, and Jandal's nothing that he can really do to hang on here. HW actually just going to keep on backlaning, in fact. They really want to put this pressure on the mid-tier 1. Take this down ASAP.
That's the thing I felt was lacking a little bit from their game 1. They didn't quite have the same focus on objectives as Sincerely Fury did, but it's night and day from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, so I think the thing for Sincerely Fury is that they need to decide, or they need to agree on how they're going to deal with this this pressure, and how, when are they going to go kill the Viper? Is it a Ravage? Is it a Sonic Wave? Well, they're trying now at mid. Here comes Zelly. All right, well, they got him. Bronny comes in. They had the Avalanche, and they really wanted this mid-tier 1, but didn't really have the backup there from the rest of Your Soul Is Mine, so they will just end up getting punished.
I know Fury especially put such a high value on that mid-tier 1 tower, more so than a lot of other captains in the league, and so he wouldn't have let that go.
Oh, Bronny's just got the mana in a second here. Can he get some kind of a toss back? Doesn't have the best range, and not quite able to get it. George chugging salves at bottom. Does have some arcane boots already picked up, like you were talking about. Pretty high chance that he picks up the Greaves this game.
This works so well, right? Like, a lot of the damage that's going to be coming out from your Soul is Mine is physical anyway, so the armor bonus that comes from the mech and then eventually the Greaves is going to be twice as effective.
Yeah, it should be really good.
Alright,
Well, the mid-tier one does end up dropping in the end. HEW just picking up a bunch of small items so far. What do you think build-wise for the Viper this game? What are we looking at?
Atos isn't that bad this time around. You know, you've got heroes that rely heavily on their ability to, you know, go quite aggressive and then escape with either the blink or the waveform. But if you're able to lock them down and get some burst damage through with the help of the Ursa, that's pretty handy.
Savior taking some pressure at bottom. They know that he doesn't have the enrage, so they're just going for this kill. They need to keep the vision, though. He's going to start healing up a little bit from the Purifying Flames. Just juking for now, and looks like he's going to be okay. Gets the TP back, so that is the Ravage expended. I don't mind seeing it used like this, just to try and get, you know, random pick off somewhere, but... And it is, looks like going to end up securing this bottom tier 1, but trade coming up as your Soul's Mind moves into position at top.
Yeah, I'm liking this a lot more, you know, taking that double stacked camp. You can see HEW here, similar to what happened in the mid lane, pulls the creep wave away so that they can just have free reigns to whack away at this tower. And yeah, they're just being so much more efficient than they were in game 1. I'm really liking it.
Yeah, the Viper's really given them a hero to rally around, right? The supports have just been able to go and play in the Viper's lane, secure the tower, now he can head top. Still has some heroes helping him out. It's given them kind of a natural game plan to work with. And Savior's looking pretty good, and it, you know, it does have to be said, I was talking about, like, look, late game looks good for Sincerely Fury, but you also have to remember that this is going to be an Ursa with Empower. He's going to go for the Battle Fury, and still going to be very, very scary if he does get to that kind of 6-slotted level in his own right. And especially with the game that Jandals is having so far, his trajectory is not looking too crash hot.
And it's completely different from the Vision game as well. Like, in, oh, we can see the double damage rune. They're trying to contest it, but Jandals is going to be able to pick it up.
Just farming up some cogs on his way. They see HW at mid, so they're done with going there.
Yeah, like, oh, no thanks. He's gone the Dragon Lance this time, so he just wants to be able to stand and fight, similar to the Drow Ranger that we saw in Series 1 of today. Yeah, I was talking about before the amount of vision that they've now got on your Soul is Mine. It's completely different from game 1, where I think at some point, because of the pressure that was being exerted on the map by Sincerely Fury, Hahaguo had about 3 Observer Wards, I think, at one point on his Phoenix, but this time it's all placed in aggressive places underneath the tier 2 tower, in the tri-camp, as well as, you know, just even in the lane and near their outpost. So they've got complete vision of where all of the heroes on Sincerely Fury are farming, and they dictate the tempo of this game.
Yeah, and Sincerely Fury just don't really feel like they have any playmaking currently, right? Maybe once they get the... They do have another Sonic Wave, maybe once they get the Orchid on the Quap, Zelly will be able to make some more plays, but, you know, Bronny kind of struggling, he's just farming up at top. Does have okay net worth, but, you know, he's been behind on levels, I think, for most of this game. Only just starting to catch up a little bit more now. And, of course, Jandals on the Morphling has no interest in doing anything other than farming. Fury getting gone on, there's a Cogs ready to go. HW moves in.
He's trying to turn around and fight a little bit here. It's a ballsy play to try and make, and they will see the rotation coming through from Hahaguo, who's got his level 6, so Global Silence is available, and I'm sure they've scouted that out.
Zelly's not all that healthy, really. So Wasabi shows. Shockwave actually catches. Zelly needing to be careful. I don't know if they've spotted him, but... they are moving into position for the Clockwork. They know that the Blink is being used. South coming through. That's going to get canceled pretty much immediately as the Global Silence comes out. Say farewell, Zellyfish. Not expecting the Clockwork to be there. Now they're looking for even more Gorg. Is he going to pop the Ravage just to save himself? They are TPing in now with the Morphling, but what's that really going to accomplish? Just going to be one more kill for Your Soul Is Mine.
Jandal's eventually opting to cancel it out, and well, this is looking really nice for Your Soul Is Mine. You know, they're working together nicely, not even popping that too many ultimates. You've still got the hook shot, you've still got the reverse polarity available, and you can just see F18 doing exactly what he needs to.
Fury doesn't even have the level 6, gets brought down. Brawny throws out the Avalanche, now gets found inside of the trees, does get a nice toss back. I think Wasabi might be okay. Jandal's trying with the auto attacks, but that's all he can really contribute at this point. Gord coming in with the Ravage. They're looking for the fight. They will get the 1 kill. HW also taking some pretty big damage. He's not dead just yet, but Zelly will come in for the cleanup. And at least Sincerely Fury gets something out of this bottom engagement.
And that's the thing, I think they just overstayed their welcome a little bit too much. They were pincered between the tier 1 and the tier 2 towers. You had 4 people here. Sure, Savior was just in his tri-camp farming away, making sure he's getting that Battle Fury, but you don't end up even taking the tier 1 tower, which is a big negative for them.
Perfect.
I don't know what that Sonic Wave was about for Zelly. But there you go. It's been used now.
Better to use it than not, though, right? Like,
it is the kind of, you know, I think the Sonic Wave is the kind of ulti that you do just need to, you got to use it just to do the damage, but that was definitely a weird usage of it. Fury just getting gone on, having a hard time. Zelly is coming over to help out, but F18 still pretty tanky. He's also going to walk away from this one pretty much unscathed.
he's even finished up by Gorg, so he's going to be a lot more tanky, and they're going to have a bit more sustain in these team fights. He's going for the Blink Dagger next, so not worrying too much about cleansing off that Global Silence just yet.
This Ursa has still just been farming the entire time, though. Savior at 7k net worth, pretty much completely uninterrupted. He's getting the Empower occasionally. Even finding a go onto Brawny here. F18 also coming in. Not really seeing a way out for the Tiny in this position. Brawny really going to have to put on the jukes. But nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just another kill for Savior.
And there's that Battle Fury completed, so 15 minutes. Much better than the, I think it was around 18, 19 minutes that the Anti-Mage got his last game.
Yeah, and from here can just kind of go for the standard carry Ursa build that we've been getting pretty accustomed to, right? Go for the full kind of SNY, Basher, Abyssal, Satanic, whatever else. Still no Orchid on Zelly.
No, and they're just putting their flag down right now inside the Dire Jungle on Your Soul Is Mine. They want to have a bit of a rotation behind here, and it's got the Sonic Wave available.
Yeah, and they've got the Global, so no way for Fury to help out. They're even going to go looking for him as well. Wasabi jumping forward. Doesn't want to use the RP, thinks about it. Going to keep the chase going. HW trying to cut off from the opposite angle. Just going to be looking for the poison attack. Yeah, they do get another drag back in, and yeah, as soon as that poison attack lands, it should just be the end of Fury. They are actually going to, he's going to use the False Promise to try and stay alive. Does also have the Salve running out. Gonna be okay. Gorg coming in with the Ravage. Where's the follow-up damage? It lands nicely onto 4, but he needs some teammates. Zelly's still dead. Ahago almost brought down. F18 also going to end up dropping. Nicely done. They dropped the RP onto the Morphling, but he is morphing strength. And HEW is down on the low ground. Going to try for the TP here. He's going to be successful. Wasabi gets the blink away.
It's becoming a trend. They're just staying that little bit too long, but this time at least it was for a reason. Roshan picked up by Savior in the meantime.
Yeah. He does have the Manta queued up here, so looks like that's going to be his preferred answer to the Orchid, I suppose.
I don't like it.
No, you prefer just get all the status resistance in the world and
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
It's a slow Orchid, so you're not really having to worry about all too much, you know, right-click damage that's actually coming out in conjunction with it. You've got I think it's like a 4-level lead over this your opposing position 1. So I think you can feel confident in the fact that you can just stand and man fight against them.
Yeah, I can see the argument to not get the not get the Manta this game, especially since you've got the Aegis as a bit of a buffer now until you get to your next item, right? And I feel like if you get you know, S and Y, and then also just the Vanguard for your Abyssal Blade, you're probably plenty tanky at that point. We'll see what ends up happening. Did opt for the 175 health and the 12 agility. No big surprises there.
Top tower is under attack.
And we do have another RP in 30 seconds. It's still only a level 1 Sonic Wave for Zelly, but they are looking for a little bit of a fight here with their Orchid. They do have to respect the fact that the Global Silence is back off cooldown, and they still only... They don't have the Ravage quite yet. Still 30 seconds to go. So kind of an awkward moment to take a fight. I think they really should wait for the Ravage.
Dire's top tower.
They should, but they're so mindful of keeping this tower. They don't want to give it up pre-20 minutes and let that outpost go.
They catch a glimpse of one. They are going to go immediately for F-18 on the back lines. And he's going to be brought down. RP catching out onto 2. Here comes the global. Trouble for Zellyfish. Can he survive? I don't think so. Here comes Savior with the damage. Explosive Fury trying to get in there to go for the save. And, well, just a 3 for 1.
They lose the tower, they lose 3, and they're going to lose the outpost as well, so disaster for Sincerely Fury.
Even if they had the Ravage, can you fight this Ursa? I don't know.
Probably not.
Doesn't really feel like it.
You got to at least wait for the Aegis to go away.
Yeah. Okay. Silencer is just chilling with the Shadow Amulet. I'm down. Gorg walking in here. Alright, Ravage. Avatar's combination as well. Here comes the damage. Savior's still living though. HW half HP. The Sonic Wave is going to make quick work of him. Ursa going to be coming back for round number 2. That is just Jandals. Morphed up, doing a little bit of damage. Savior's still living, but team not really able to help him out. F-18's going to try. They do get a Force Staff. Savior hops forward, hoping to get Fury. It's not going to work. He's going to survive with the False Promise. And, well, this time around, Sincerely Fury do manage to clean up the fight.
Just staying for so long every single time. It's 3 times now. It's becoming a trend.
Yeah, they do seem to overstay their welcome a little bit. Like, I think top was fine, and this fight is fine because they have global. But mid, when they have Ravage and you don't have global, is just a really tough proposition.
They have Ravage, you don't have global, and for their 3 heroes that are respawning, they've got a tower to TP right to, whereas your one that died still has to walk back.
Oh, is this just a freebie for Bronny? Oh, wait. I mean, he's got the Nether Shawl, so this is a lot of damage, but...
Does he have the...
Oh, he was shy. He was like shy 5 points of mana or something.
Yeah. Oh, he could have mangoed, I guess, but... Well...
Yeah, I suppose so.
They realize Ravage is gone. They're running a little bit low on mana on Wasabi, but they've smoked up and they want to try and make something happen here. I think they can easily tell something's going on, though, because this bot wave is just pushing in unchecked.
Alright, well, Bronny goes on the F-18, now trapped inside of the cog. Should just be dead. Jandals comes in, commits aggressively, straight into the RP.
Don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, that was a weird one, for sure. And just, yeah, especially hurts that it's Jandals dying like that, because he's really supposed to be the big carry this game. Just not gonna happen. After that, this Ursa starting to pull further and further ahead, and should now be able to come and claim this tier 2 tower that they were looking for.
And the tier 2, I think more importantly, they need to make sure that there's no stacks, for example, up inside the tri-camp area. That's really the main area that they need to be playing around next. All the objectives are there for them.
Yeah, it should be easy to just catch these waves mid and bottom and like take the tier 1 bot pretty much completely for free. It's not even that healthy.
Oh, it's all going away. All this farm. Yeah, there we go. Finally. Just keeping up there.
Can we do anything about him? I guess not really. As always, there's now the threat of the global again. HW has just picked up a BKB, so pretty defensive on the item build overall, but I suppose it makes sense. He is up against the Tide and the Tiny to an extent.
And the silence.
Yeah.
And the orc.
And we do have a Manta for Jandals now, so that should help out a
Radiant's top
little
tower
bit.
is
Still going to
under
be a
attack.
while until he picks up this Ethereal Blade.
Dire's bottom tower
What's
is
going on
under
with
attack.
Savior? Does he... I feel like his items haven't progressed at all in the longest time.
Radiant's top tower
Like, he has
is
the
under
Yasha.
attack.
But what happened to his gold from the Manta? He hasn't brought back, and sure, they've died, but I feel like they took a few
Radiant
objectives in the
structures
time.
are fortified. Radiant's top
Maybe it
tower
was on the
is under
courier when it
attack.
died.
Yeah. His Manta recipe and the Ultimate Orb were on the courier. So it's still going to take another minute.
Or it was on the chase.
The pressure, and the rest of the team is here. Zelly closing the gap in 2 seconds. Does have the Yules. Everything to try and help out. They're going to drop the Solo Ravage. Global to try and counter initiate. And here comes the 3-man RP. F18 going to hold back Explosive Fury. They've got the Sonic Wave through. Xavier manages to get the ultimate off, though. He's looking for his target. Bronson manages to get the toss onto him. Xavier on a sliver of HP, but he's still chasing for more. Locks onto Fury. Finds the second kill. Zellyfish going toe-to-toe with the Silencer. Should just be brought down. Can they get a deny on him? No. Wasabi coming back over on a sliver of HP. Can he find some kind of a catch? Zelly with the self-heals into the blink away. They did finally chase down Savior, so ends up being a 2 for 2 in the end. But they're still trying to corral them here a little bit.
Yeah, F18 sitting on the backside. They've got complete vision of the area, but another 15 seconds until this hook shot.
Zelly blinked straight into him. Well, should be a kill. Trying for it. Yule's up. Does he have a rocket flare? He's already used it. But Zelly dies. F18 actually makes his escape down onto the low ground. Blink skewer attempted from Wasabi. Doesn't quite find it. Bronny waiting for his combo again, but he doesn't have the mana to use everything. He's running forward. 10 more mana. He wants it. Can he find him? I think the Clockwork might be a little bit healthy at this point. Maybe not. Oh, what a weird fight.
Yeah. Maybe with that cloak, he was a little bit too healthy.
Yeah, that's true. He does have a casual cloak.
Wasabi's playing super well this game. These RPs are on point.
Yeah, he has been really, really good.
The fact that he was able to get out of that laning stage with, you know, not being too far behind the Queen of Pain is good in and of itself. It's going to be him picking up the Guardian Greaves for his team. So, playing a similar role to Gorg, but I mean, it feels like that's been for both teams what's been able to snowball them to a few of these team fight victories. Every single one of these Ravages has been on point, except for the one where they tried to go for the solo kill onto the Savior. And these RPs really helping to catch out these heroes in vulnerable positions.
Yeah, the big ultimates have really dictated these fights. It feels like. I really thought that the Ursa would just, you know, catapult ahead this game. I mean, he does actually have, you know, another 3.8k gold on top of everything, but the item progression has not been quite as fast as I expected, and some very defensive items, right? He goes for the Manta, and now still has the BKB queued up. Hasn't fully decided that he wants it, I suppose. Might just be buying the whole thing in one go.
I just realized that when it comes to support, Silence is probably one of the higher damage ones if you're able to just let him sit back and start right-clicking away. Like, you don't need a super amount of damage if you're on this Ursa. It's just enough to be able to survive through a lot of burst.
I think it might also be deciding that, wait, maybe if I get Aegis, then maybe I don't need BKB for a little bit, so maybe I can get my Bash here instead. We'll see what happens. Fight coming out. They are going to drop the double Ravage onto 2. Can they claim the Aegis immediately as they can? Wasabi comes in, does get the RP out, but they immediately save Jandals. Looks like Gorg is going to pay the price here. BKB getting popped. Zelly comes through with the Sonic Wave. Pads out his damage numbers a little bit, and then just blinks away. Bronny trying for the TP. Not going to be successful. Gets dragged back into Wasabi and finished off.
Immediately the pings go out for top lane, even though they... did they use the cheese as well in that fight? No, it's still on the Vipers. So even though they don't have Aegis, they've got cheese, they've got a lane pushed in, and they've got an advantage for realizing no Ravages available.
Yeah, I mean, even if Tide respawns, right, what's he going to do? 20 seconds? 20 seconds for Tide, but 100 seconds for Ravage. do have a halberd picked up for the Quap. They get some good damage onto this tier 3. I think they could even commit for it. See what happens. Hook shot in. Nicely done by F18. They're going to get the skewer back onto Fury. That prompts a buyback from Brawny. Can they find any kind of punish? Your Soul is Mine already doing a really good job of just resetting, getting out, kiting out these 2 buybacks, and they're actually running into them. I don't know if that's where you want to be, Gorg. You do get an Avatos combination onto Savior. He gets the Enrage off and just kites back towards his team. HW has already used the cheese. Brawny getting Yuled up in the middle of everything here. They just can't crest this high ground in the middle of the fight. Zelly forced to blink back defensively. Fury doesn't have the ultimate, so down goes Brawny. Savior is getting kited somewhat. Jandal's in the Viper form, laying down the poison attacks.
I think they're more than happy to back at this point. I mean, they've still got a courier floating around on this high ground, but yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to get 2 buybacks out of them and still get a kill onto Brawny is fantastic for them.
Yeah, they're pushing this net worth lead up. You know, a little unfortunate for Savior that he wasn't really able to hang on to the Aegis for very long, but they're in a good spot. They've got global back up in 15 seconds. You know, Hahagua does need to go and get a little bit of mana back, but once they've got that going, shouldn't be too difficult to come and just maintain control over the dire side of the map.
They've got a window of about 15-20 seconds where you do have RP, but you don't have Ravage as well. So if they get the timing absolutely perfect, then you're going to have an advantage there.
Yeah, both teams do need to take a second to go and collect some neutral items as well. We've only just got the 1 picked up for tier 3, which is the Orb of Destruction for Zelly.
Who's that going to benefit more? I would say your Soul is Mine. Like, their neutral items have been pretty rubbish up to this point compared to Sincerely Fury's.
Yeah, they haven't had great ones, right? What have we got?
Like, Mag's still using a broom handle.
Yeah. Yeah, they haven't really... I guess they haven't really got the best for their heroes, right? Like, they... of course, Grove Bow is completely broken on Viper. Getting that item or not is kind of ridiculous on that hero. And yeah,
Bumps up your rate about 10% if you get it.
Yeah, I think there's even a couple of other things in here that they would have much rather to had than the Philosopher's Stone and the Nether Shawl are not really that appealing for anyone.
And conversely, you've got Morphling that was able to grab a Vambrace, you've got the Nether Shawl for the Tiny, you know, you've got the cast range for Fury. Like, everything's gone pretty damn well in terms of their neutral item RNG.
Everyone knows my perspective on neutral items. I want them removed.
Keep it, get more.
No. No more neutral items, thanks. Yes. You know, it took us a very long time, but we eventually got rid of shrines. We admitted that was a bad idea. I hope to see neutral items go the same way. Or maybe they'll morph them into something else. Okay, Quickening Charm. What do we got? Paladin Sword, Greater Fairy Fire.
Spider Legs is pretty handy for this Tiny, as well as Gorg.
Yeah, that's true. What else just dropped? Telescope. All right. Yeah, you can't ever complain about a telescope, right? It's just kind of always good.
It increases that attack range. So standing next to the Viper is pretty awesome.
Oh, and they've got a quiver as well.
I think both picked it up.
Alright.
And yep, immediately gets it delivered. Paladin Sword as well. How close is he to this Abyssal Blade? It's pretty damn close. Only about 200 gold off, I think.
Yeah, do you think he's just going for the Abyssal? Is the BKB just there for... I mean, he's already bought the Abyssal recipe, so... Seems pretty likely. Yeah, there you go. Alright. It's on its way. Well, I don't know if this is the fight. They're going in onto HTW, but he gets the BKB off, does get auto attack down. Okay, they got him. They did not have enough backup there for Your Soul is Mine.
Yeah, I think that's way too spread out, right? You know that you're in a winning position, and therefore, obviously, Sincere Fury is in a losing position. So they're going to want to try and get any sort of bounty runes that they can to try and get the net worth swinging a bit more in their favor at this point, because they're given a fair amount of gold. I mean, how much is 100 gold each? That's a big swing either way.
So they got baited because they saw Gorg top on this ward, and I think they figured that there's no way that they're all bottom. So they will now come and punish him. I don't think this was actually... Like, I don't think it was a good play for Gorg to be here and the rest of his team to be over here, but it's kind of what led to that situation.
Well.
And now they're holding the high ground. They're going to go for F18 first. Good combo damage. He does have a Glimmer to live a little longer. 4 staffs away. Almost getting popped, but will escape.
Good reaction times.
Yeah, and now they're going to smoke up. They are going to have their Viper respawning soon. I think Sincerely Fury got to be careful about getting caught here. Radiant Scan is going to catch them on the way out. Wasabi making a beeline. I think they might just find Bronny. He does get the blink over. And with the spider legs, looks like he's also going to get clear of this one. Alright. They're still hunting, though. And Savior wants to make use of this Abyssal Blade.
Ooh. Alright, just TP. I'm sorry, blinking away in time.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Just trying to clear out these waves. Keep the split push going. They do have, now that they've got a few more items, you know, pretty good split push rhythm that they can get into. Especially with this Quap kind of being able to shove out waves. There isn't, you know, sure you can get maybe like a... it's a pretty big investment to kill this Quap, I think, at this point, right? You have to, like, blink RP, or, like, hook plus global, which might not even get the kill. Wasabi coming forward, pokes his head around the corner, and decides, maybe I don't want to be here. Maybe my team is too spread out.
I think it's alright to go for the quad, but you need to start off the fight with either the hook shot or the Abyssal. Like, there's no other way to get out of it any other time.
Okay, Ursa TP's over. Do they have a smoke? Yes, they do. Coming over from the side. Sincerely Fury have the high ground. Bronny looking to break this. Gets the blink backwards. Skewer not going to be on point from Wasabi. Continue the chase. F18 does have the hook, so he's going to go for the Oracle. Pushes him back away from the team. Fury looking 100% dead here. Yeah, even with the Abyssal Blade committed.
Chomps him down, you know?
Mm-hmm. Alright, where are they headed now? Roshan could respawn in 1 minute and 30. So still a little bit to go there. They do have the Ravage back up. Oh, what have they found? They are looking for Hahaguao. He's not dead yet. Sonic Wave committed. Doesn't connect. Another 4 staff from F18. Gets him out of harm's way.
Oh, they definitely want to go now that they know that that's not available to him. He's got the Tranquil Boots, so he's going to be able to just join his team and be perfectly fine. And yeah, they've got the ultimate advantage right now.
Yeah, there's really no reason to wait. Just go for this push. Ronnie wants this creep wave, just barely sneaks back up onto the high ground. Can he get an opportunity to blink himself out of here, though? Not really. Gets hit by the Viper Strike. And he's now also dead.
He's doing his job, though. Like, that's exactly what he needs to be doing at this time. Just trying to
kill the wave.
He got most of it, but, I mean, you're in a risky position, regardless, right? And in that time, they're at least able to put some pressure onto this mid lane. Will it cost them, though?
Wasabi's looking, but he's already used pretty much all of his mobility other than the skewer. Spots a little clarity on the floor there. I don't know who that belongs to, but...
Jandals is going for HTW on this bot side. He's caught him with the E-Blade.
He can always be KBTP. Yeah. It's fine. Jandals forces it out of him. Well, just a lot of awkward kind of walking around each other currently. The Roshan is going to be the next huge objective, though. And is that an instant respawn?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, it happens.
Yep. Alright.
Previously, F18 had used his Rock Flare on it when there was about a minute off the minimum cooldown, but he's just walked his way in. They know it's up. They know they're stronger at this point in time. I think they can make a beeline straight for it after they secure these bounty runes.
Yeah, what's there to wait for? I guess Savior could farm the BKB if you're worried there's going to be a fight for it, but surely you can also just walk in here and take it quick smart. Like, you've got pretty good vision. Yeah, the Clockwork can run interference for you, so... Yeah, here we go. Who do you give the Ags to, do you think? Just Ursa?
Yeah, Ursa. Totally fine for me.
Yeah, Clock's a bit of a meme. Viper's pretty good, but I don't think they're lacking for damage. So yeah, there you go. We've got Ags on the Ursa.
And he's very close to hitting his 25 as well, which is another big milestone for him. So I think he can get that, get his BKB, they're going to look to end the game right then and there. So I think they're probably going to stick together as much as they can.
Yeah, no reason not to. They don't really need any more items to end this one, potentially.
The most important thing really for them is that it's still 2.5 minutes until Sincerely Fury have their glyph available. They weren't able to luck out, I don't believe, with a repair kit, so it's going to be tough for them to defend this.
They're poking, they're prodding, trying to make life a little more difficult for Savior, but he's got so many defensive options at this point. He's going to make his way back in. And Sincerely Fury dawdling a little bit to get back to the base. Bronny's coming now. Jandals does have a double damage, so he's going to put some good damage onto this mid-tier 2 and try and force them back potentially. Makes quick work of it. But the top racks are already gone, and your soul is mine. Just trying to escape cleanly now. Does seem like they're going to be just fine.
Ags immediately coming in handy there, able to pop the Enrage when he was mid-toss, so really minimized a lot of the damage coming through from that. And yeah, they're going to be very happy with all that for themselves, but here comes a 37-minute item, Spell Prison, the first one picked up by the Queen of Pain.
Alright. Pretty nice. Jellyfish going to take that immediately. And Sincerely Fury, I guess maybe hoping to find somebody out on their lonesome. And now that Your Soul Is Mine have reset on the map. Not going to go for the Ursa, maybe looking for something here at mid. HCW looking like he could be a juicy target.
This Relic is so nice for so many heroes actually when Your Soul Is Mine.
Yeah, who's going to end up taking it? Looks like for now it's just the Viper.
Yeah, I suppose.
He is doing the most spell damage, right? For sure. So. Oh, and they've got a Spell Prism.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, Ursa gonna take the Prism. So he now has a 14.4 second cooldown on Enrage. It's good.
7 point power with 9 attacks, is it? Yep, 9 attacks with his level 25.
Yep.
What is it on Abyssal? 28 seconds on Abyssal, not too bad.
Not too shabby indeed. Well, Sincerely Fury just have to try and keep shoving out waves. Keep buying time, I suppose. Try and get a couple more items. Gorg does have 3k gold up his sleeve. And he's going to be the one to snag the Spell Prism, it looks like. What did Zelly take instead? He's actually got a Flicker. Has picked up a Lincoln Sphere. They've got mid lane in a decent position, so... I don't know if Your Soul Is Mine can really force it. They are going to try. Zelly comes back. Jandals just wants this top tier 2. They've gone for 2 Lincoln Spheres here. Bronny goes jumping in, I think, looking for a toss back, but just immediately getting locked down, not really finding anything. Is going to go for the buyback now. Looks like Jandals has come back to try and take this fight. Doesn't want to play the split push game anymore. Go with the Ravage at the ready, but there is an AC and the Cheese ready to go for this Viper. He's not an easy target. They are trying for the toss back, but Bronny couldn't find anyone to throw to. So, well, not a successful blink that time around. Gorg losing some life, needs to be careful. That break could be a big problem for him.
And that Kraken Shell immediately popping, saving him a little bit there.
Yep. Half HP on the Viper. The E-Blade poke is adding up here. Not as easy a siege this time around for Your Soul Is Mine. Just gonna try and grab their next couple neutral items. They find themselves a little Illusionist Cape. I don't know if anyone's taking that. Looks like that's just gone back. And they're sending Savior up onto the high ground once again. He does still have 40 seconds remaining on this Aegis. He jumps forward aggressively, but immediately getting E-bladed up, losing his life. Wasabi goes in deep, pops the Minotaur Horn, but he's going to get Yule shortly after. He's still stuck here, tossed and almost brought down. Does manage to get the skewer off. Ravage connecting onto pretty much everybody, but where's the follow-up? Gorg finds himself stuck in the middle of the fight, and he is going to get saved at the last moment. The Guardian Greaves, along with the heal, should be enough to keep him up. He is going to get stunned, though. Can't quite get back to the fountain. Jandal's still fighting. They're going to lose Gorg. He buys back into the game. Savior with another Abyssal Blade heads over onto Brawny, but he's still surviving. And Aegis, still another couple of seconds. It's only 4, but Wasabi with the RP should be enough to clean this fight. Savior's still getting kited. Gotta be careful, friend. Jandal's still doing the work. He's in Viper form. This Aegis getting reclaimed. If they can kill this Ursa, they might be able to bring this game back just a little bit. F18, they get the Force Staff away. Savior actually looking like he might survive. They put the life of the Magnus on the line, and they get the Ursa out of there.
You could just see him yelling, "Get down, Mr. President," as he went in there with the skewer, pushing 2 heroes away from that precious Ursa, but they got exactly what they wanted out of that. 2 buybacks from 2 different cores on the team, and yeah, a whole lot more damage and net worth and experience and a tier 3 tower to boot going their way.
The Ravage was good, but just unfortunate that they were... No. The Magnus is a lot of HP to get through, right? So even though it seemed like he was way out of position in the back lines, he had just absorbed a bunch of spells, managed to skewer out, and then still came back in and reset to get a pretty decent RP off. At least they hold the lane of racks, which is good, but like you said, 2 core buybacks is really expensive, and Savior's about to have like pretty much a full Satanic over what he had in that last fight.
Yeah, and now as well, they've also done a bit of a neutral item swapping around, so they've given the Timeless Relic over to the Magnus, so realizing that, look, Wasabi's having a great game, he's hitting, 3-man RPs minimum every single team fight, so why not make it last 25% longer?
Yeah, he's doing a really, really good job. And yeah, they're going to give the Minotaur Horn over to the Viper, so he's a little tankier. I mean, he has been getting chunked by these E-Blades. And Jandals has been steadily climbing up the net worth. So another item or 2 for him could be a pretty big deal. He has gone very defensive with the item build. Lincoln, Scotty, now thinking about Satanic. So it's not a ridiculous amount of damage, but still probably enough for the situation that his team finds themselves in.
Level 25 as well, which is the important thing. You can see F18, he's down here just pushing out this wave a little bit, using the Illusioner's Cape as well. I think he wants to hit his level 20 and then he's going to join his team.
We've got all of the big ultimates back up. We're going to switch it over to the buyback status. There's only a couple available. There's smoke behind their wave here at mid. Bronny needs to be careful. Gorg blinks forward. Not the best positioning from him. He does get the Heaven's Halberd out. He pops the Ravage. Gorg, no. Team trying to come in to make something out of this, but, well, dead for 110 seconds, and that could just be the game at this point, folks.
Just extending that a little bit too far. Nice time on the smoke there coming through. They still do have that small window, as you were mentioning before, with the buybacks. They're a little short on a lot of these heroes. I mean, Savior, I don't think he's going to have his at all, but still about 350, 550 for the Viper and the Magnus.
I don't know what they do. I guess they just have to keep giving buildings. Maybe they have to fight now. They do put some good damage over onto the Ursa. Does have the Satanic to heal back up as soon as he finds a couple of creeps. So maybe just waits for this creep wave to respawn and deals with that.
Sees what he's trying to do.
Alright. Oh, they're going to try and Avatar's combo him. Decent damage. They get the BKB out. Force Staff away. Couldn't use the Abyssal Blade. It's actually on cooldown for another couple of seconds. Ghost Scepter buying a little bit more time. Savior, gotta be careful. HW just going for the siege. Gorg's gonna be up in 50 seconds. They do also have a glyph. Zellyfish pushing them back with the Heavens. Halberd. Wasabi looking for the blink skewer. But Zelly, quick fingers on the blink away. It's gonna be okay. Bronny's gonna look for another toss in, I imagine. So they gotta be careful about their positioning here.
Ahag is the one you gotta go for.
Yeah, he's actually sitting here on the front lines, which is a little surprising.
Cliff finally gets popped, and mean, importantly, Gorg's up in 20 seconds. Oh, they're going
Yeah,
in.
and he's got the Ravage relatively soon as well. The RP comes in, catches onto 3, along with the Global Saviors there. With the auto attacks, they lose Zelly. He's dead for 110. Great initiation from your Soulless Mind. Jandals does manage to survive. Buyback from Fury. They are going to have their Tidehunter back in 2 and a Ravage back in 5 seconds or so. But your Soulless Mind, they just want the Mega Creeps. They're playing the objective. And can they actually get anything here on Sincerely Fury? Jandals goes in. It's going to get skewered backwards, taking big damage. Gorg over the top of everything with the Ravage, but can they find any of these big kills? Bronny does have the Ghost Scepter if he can just manage to pop it. They're kiting Savior around a little bit. Your Soulless Mind sense their opportunity and bring in 2 more buybacks. It's going to take them a long time to walk over here, but the Cords stand strong together. They're going to be okay. And just keep working through these buildings one by one. Savior has everything back up shortly, and with no Ravage, I just don't know what Sincerely Fury can really do to take a fight. They're trying with these Heaven's Halberd. They're going to find Hogwild in the backlines, but they don't even finish him off. Trying to save Jandals. He is lifestealing all the while. Savior just trying to stay right on top of him. Jandals retreating. Is going to get Abyssal Bladed up. I think this might just be too much damage for him. He does have a buyback. Returning. Get the skewer backwards onto Gorg. He's in trouble. And looking like this might just be the end here for Sincerely Fury, but they're not going down without a fight. Savior once again finds Jandals as the target. Little waveform away, but they just aren't making progress on his HP bar at all. But the constant enrage is really not taking damage. Does get the Manta pop out. Another BKB being used. Gorg almost dead. One more touch. Savior, as the Ancient is dropping, cleans up 2 more with the bash. And the GG will come out. And your Soulless Mind taking their first win here in Season 2.
I mean, that's got to feel good, right? Like, that is not the same team that we saw in game number 1, right? Like, it did not seem like it at all. I suppose maybe changing up who was playing what. Savior went into what I believe is his best lane in the position 1 role. It wasn't HTW on the anti-mage game 1. And I just felt like there was a lot more gelling between the teams, you know? With a Clockwork, you've got a lot more of that inbuilt survivability. You're not reliant on just the one combo to get stuff done. And you don't need that big Blink Dagger to start to have an impact. So F18, it felt like he was much more of a presence throughout.
Yeah, he really was just able to have a more consistent impact. And to me, the crazy thing is to see how highly prioritized the Tiny is, and then this series, on both teams, I feel like the Tiny ends up not really doing a whole lot in the early game, right? It is a hero that I think can just kind of fall flat on its face a little bit. And being position 4 mitigates that a little bit in that, you know, even if you don't have the best early game, maybe it doesn't matter as much for your team. But you know, Bronny also ending this game 1-14. I don't think what Sincerely Fury were expecting coming into game number 2.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to give an MVP of that game. Like, Wasabi and Savior both played their roles exceptionally well. So I think it's going to be a dual win for this one for me.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like I got to give it to Wasabi. I think those RPs were above and beyond what could have been expected for that game, but he was just nailing 3-man RPs constantly. And it's not like they had a crazy amount of setup for it either, right? He was just always kind of in the right position, finding his moments.
Yeah, we might see some respect bands for the mag in future weeks.
Yeah. Well, that wraps it up for our games for tonight. We do have one final announcement that I need to make, and it's along that same line of MVPs. We do have our Omnidesk MVPs for week 1. So you voted, and the casters have also voted for week 1, and I can reveal that our winner for the public vote was Fury. So congratulations, and the staff caster vote went to Corrosive. So that is your MVPs for week 1. Make sure you go and get your votes in for week 2 as well as we continue through.
I mean, a desk is a pretty good prize. You know, I want to be campaigning for those votes if I was a captain.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So thank you so much for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed all the coverage. We'll be back tomorrow with some more Oceanic Esports Dota League. So make sure you tune in and have a nice night.